team owners. Meanwhile, Cameron Hayward, who basically said, look, if Aaron Rodgers wants to be a Steeler, then be a Steeler. I'm tired of hearing about it. Now says, quote, it was misconstrued. I was asked a question, would you go to the lengths of going to a darkness retreat to recruit Aaron Rodgers? I said, I'm not doing that. The pitch is, if you want to be a Steeler, be a Steeler. That's all it was. It wasn't that I don't like Aaron Rodgers or I'm against it.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Wednesday to everybody out there. We got a big show coming your way today. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center because we've got the John Schneider show today, typically on Thursdays, but we moved it to Wednesday this week because we've got Mariners opening day tomorrow. We will be broadcasting from Victory Hall that's connected to, I can't remember the middle one, but then the Hatback Bar and Grill. What's the one in the middle, Lefko?
Oh, Steelhead's Alley, or Steelhead Alley.
Steelhead Alley.
Yeah.
So it goes Victory Hall, Steelhead Alley, and then
Hatback.
Hatback.
And the whole thing is, I think, the Box Yard. So there you go.
There's too many names.
Too many names to remember.
That's just too much. I'm sorry.
The place where all the things are happening. That's where we'll be.
Which one has the delicious pepperoni pizza where the sausage or the pepperoni rolls up into a little bowl that has grease in it? Oh, so good.
It's a meat cup.
So good.
It's a meat cup full of grease.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So good.
Well, I think they serve that in all those spots, right? Lefko? I don't know. That's too many names. Let's just call it Hatback. But we're going to be out there broadcasting live tomorrow. So definitely come out and join us, celebrate opening day for your Seattle Mariners. We'll talk more about that later on, but we do have the John Schneider show today, and then it will be back to Thursdays next week. But speaking of the Seahawks and John Schneider, we're, again, out here at the facility. It's interesting to hear people giving off-season grades to teams and taking a look. And we'll talk about some of the people that have weighed in on the Seahawks. But what if you were going to give them a grade right now? And I know they're not done. There's still moves to be made. And John's told us about, the phase 1 and phase 2. And so there's still more to happen, potentially. I would assume maybe a veteran guard or something like that. But what grade would you give them to this point?
Well, I'm just going to go a little bit optimistic because I'm normally somebody who very much believes in players are going to get better. The Seahawks have been under good management, with Schneider and 10 of the 15 years. But really, if you look at it, you don't really know. You don't really know. They've made some moves, and they look pretty good. But so for that reason, I would just say it's a little bit above average. So I would give it a C+. Because we really don't know. I mean, and there's lots of people that, and there was a guy in Bump and Stacy we were talking about before the show, Bob, where, he was saying he did not like the exchange of Geno for Sam Darnold. Well, that wasn't really the Seahawks' choice. They just kind of had to maneuver there. I mean, Geno's camp never even came back, so
They never responded.
Yeah.
Other than, we want to trade.
Right. Yeah, that's what they're. Hey, we're going to enter into a contract negotiation here. Here's our offer. What do you got? And it comes back, we want to be traded. So, yeah, I mean, so I think they did the best that they possibly could in that situation. So if you were to put it in that situation and say, hey, how did they handle this quarterback situation? I'd give them an A. Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, look, I know Sam Darnold's a bit of a question mark, but he's younger. He does have now a track record that's positive, and he's got a bunch of coaches that they hired that think that he's going to be good. So, that part of it I would give an A, but I think when you look at it, if you would have asked this time last year, and I thought this was a fair question, that's the way you and I handled this, at this point last year, were you better off with Geno, DK, Tyler Lockett going into the season? Yes.
Yeah.
Then because you knew what they were going to do. They had a track record of working together. So, but they signed MVS, I thought was, a pretty decent signing. The Cooper Kupp one, I think, is the one that kind of turned everybody around. I think that was, they were kind of still, or I guess that was after D-Law, right? DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
that one was, I think, for a lot of people, kind of a head scratcher just because of his age and the amount of money that they spent. That was one where I go, well, Mike McDonald said, how do you not watch this guy and love him and want to have him on your defense? And I'm like, all right, he's the defensive guru, and I'll give him, his due there and let him, kind of tell me what's what. I think it still remains to be seen that he's going to be that productive. He only played in 4 games last year, but Mike really likes him, so we'll see if he's right. So there's a lot of that. There's a lot of sort of sitting around going, okay, we're going to have to see, is Sam Darnold going to be the good Sam Darnold? What are you going to get out of MVS, and what are you going to get out of Cooper Kupp? So for that reason, I think we're kind of stuck in the middle.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go a little bit positive because being a player, I always bank on guys getting better because it happened to me. I saw it happen to a lot of players. So I'm going to give them a C+.
In a rare moment, I'm going to be more positive than you, Dave.
Oh, my God.
I'm going B.
How about
I'm
that?
going B. Now, look, I have to acknowledge what you just said, and there's an unknown with Sam Darnold and a new offensive coordinator and scheme. So we have really no idea what that's going to look like, how he fits in, how does Cooper Kupp look? Does he look like he's still ascending, as he says, or does he look like he's on the downside? MVS was, to me, he's kind of a depth. He's above just a guy, but he's not a star coming in here. He's a veteran. Signed him to a 1-year reasonable deal. I love what they did on the defense. I love that you got Ernest Jones locked up. I thought that was huge.
Yeah.
That was not that it was ever really in doubt, but you never know once a guy hits free agency, and maybe there's a team out there that blows his doors off with an offer where the Seahawks are going, well, we can't justify paying that, and they got him locked up. I thought, people forget about where this defense started last year and where it ended. And those are 2 different realms right there. And he was a very big part of that turnaround. So I loved that they got that done. I thought it was a reasonable contract as well on top of it. Lawrence, like you, surprised, like, okay, I didn't know that they felt that was a pressing need, but they made the move. So we'll see what he ends up being. Bringing Jay Reed back, I thought was big too. So defense, I feel like you kind of know what you're getting. D-Law, we'll see what he does, what he brings. But the offense is sort of, if we did separate grades, then I'd probably say offense is incomplete. I don't know. I don't know what that's going to look like because there's so much that's new. The most important position on your team is new, with a new system, with a new coordinator. So we don't have any idea what that looks like.
Yeah.
But overall, yeah, I would say, and if you're mad about, the Geno Darnold discrepancy, which, nobody's questioned Sam Darnold more than we have, or I have anyway. But who was the better option? If your quarterback comes to you without a counter offer, they say they don't even respond to your offer with anything other than we want to be traded. All right, well, that kind of forces your hand. I mean, at that point, they've made it clear we're not going to even present a counter offer. This is what we want. Could they have done better? Was there a better option at quarterback? We talked about all the options that were available. Was there somebody that you looked at out there and said, well, if you're going to get a quarterback that's not Geno, it should be this guy? Who was that guy?
Right.
So yeah, I'd go B.
Yeah. Well, that's yeah. I just think that there's a lot that is going to be up in the air. The other thing I think also would factor in greatly is the new coaching staff, and I tend to put so much more focus on that these days than in years past. And so but again, remains to be seen. We thought that same thing when, hey, Grubb over at, University of Washington did a great job. And, that offense that he put in there was amazing. And he brought everybody. Well, that didn't really work out. So now here we are with a guy who's part of a tree, at least you got that. And the Kubiak tree that comes from the Shanahan tree. So, that's very encouraging. We've got some pretty funny texters here.
I haven't even opened them yet. Go for it. What do we got?
Well, the 253 says, I love that they fixed the offensive line. Okay. We get your sarcasm there.
I'm with you there. I still have major concerns about the line, but I'm putting faith that it's going to be addressed, whether it's free agency and the draft, just the draft, it will be addressed.
Yeah. This was, I think, because of something that Paul Moyer had said earlier. So somehow it got it got put on me. It's Joe in Bellevue. He says, Dave would like to wait until after the season to answer the question.
He does his best work after the season. His accuracy goes way up. It's really weird.
And
that works.
last one, 509, breaking news. The New York Giants have just been eliminated from the playoffs. So a little shot at Russ there.
Oh, come on now.
But,
Come on.
I mean, I think the coaching is going to be a huge part of it, and that's part of
we don't know
the incomplete part of it for you and for me. The reason why it's a C or a C plus, just because I think when you put those offensive linemen are not as bad as they played last year. I'm sorry, and I don't think that necessarily that means they have everybody here. They think they do. And like John said, those guys are the experts. And, he mentioned Benton, the offensive line coach. He mentioned Rick Dennison, the run coordinator or specialist. And, they feel like they have it.
And the two seasoned vets in there, a Hall of Famer and Steve Hutchinson and Jason Peters.
Yeah.
Are part of the group that's
Yeah.
evaluating. They're part of the group that's saying, here's what we need to do. Here, I like this guy. I don't like this guy. Here's what I like. Here's what I don't. I mean, can you have two better experts than that?
Yeah.
I mean, and these aren't guys that played, Hutch has been retired for quite some time, but Peters just got done. It's not like, you're getting the advice from a guy who played in the 70s and the game's totally different and he's not in touch with the game. I mean, those are two great minds to have, two great sets of eyes to have on the product, so to speak. So I'm putting some faith in those guys and understanding that these guys understand they have an issue that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, well, and I like that you brought those guys up because Hutch, number one, is just – I mean, he's a very stoic guy, so it's not like he's going to gush about somebody. But
Right.
if he thinks, I think it's usually a pretty reasonable, contribution from him as far as his opinion goes. But then Peters, I mean, if he wants to get started off as, an expert and be a consultant and things like that, he's going to want to start off by, I mean, if you really thought these guys were terrible, you'd be,
Say it.
Yeah, it would be unwise for you to say anything other than that.
Right. You don't want to put your stamp on it.
Yeah.
This guy gets my seal of approval, and then he goes out
Right.
there and face plants.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's a pretty good endorsement from those two guys. But yeah, I mean, the guys that are in there looking at the film and out on the field and teaching every single day, they think that they have the guys here. So I think that's very interesting. It doesn't mean necessarily they could be hiring a new round of, offensive coaches next year. I don't think so. I don't think that's going to happen because I think Mike, once he moves past something and he gets the right thing, we've certainly seen that, like the inside linebacker position. So I like to think that, this is the second go around. He's going to get it right.
John Schneider with us last week, and again, he'll be with us today at 4 p.m. for those just tuning in. He explains why they hadn't signed a free agent O-lineman yet.
It's really a combination. The draft is strong. It feels like a really nice group. We like the guys we drafted last year, the younger guys that we have in that room, and our coaches we're excited to come here and work with those guys as well. Saw an upside in them, and then also we're at a point in free agency now where guys are kind of. We're in phase 2 really quick, and so you're figuring out. Guys are trying to figure out what their market value is, and some agents have promised a guy that they'll make at least call it $8 million a year. Or whatever, $5 million a year, and the market's not telling them that. So now we're at a point where it's like, okay, guys go and visit places. And, we had, like I said, several guys in here this week. We had probably 5 guys in this week. We'll have another guy in this weekend, and then, have the docs spend time with them and keep negotiating with the agent.
I think the hardest part of that comment for some of the fans to wrap their arms around or accept, Dave, is them saying, we like the guys we have here. I think that's a hard thing to hear because we all watched it last year. It didn't look good. It wasn't not trying to sugarcoat it at all. It was not. They were a terrible running team. They couldn't run the ball. The line, Gino was under constant attack. I mean, it was just not a good display by that line. So when you hear them say, "Hey, we like those guys," I get it. I get that seems counterintuitive, but again, the unknown is the scheme and the new coordinator, the new O-line coach. What kind of impact does that have on these guys? Was it simply a product of them being in a scheme that did not suit them, and you're asking them to do things they didn't play to their strengths, or is everybody in this building and those people we just talked about, a Hall of Famer and a guy who just, spent well over a decade as one of the premier O-linemen in the league, saying we like these guys. Are they wrong and everybody else at home is right? Yeah. So I'm deferring to the experts here. I'm just as worried about the line as everybody else. I did not like what we saw last year, but I'm deferring to those guys when they say, no, look, we feel like we're in a good space with the guys we have and the new coordinator, the new scheme, the new coaches coming in.
Yeah, I'm going to say this just because I don't want to blow up how bad the offense was last year and how bad the offensive line was, because I think when people, because for me, like for me, when they couldn't pick up the 3rd and 4th down in the game against the Rams, that pissed me off. And it has a tendency to sort of cast like a shadow on the whole rest of the season. Mm-hmm. Gino was a 70% completion percentage guy. So I'm sorry. The offensive line, we talk about how horrible it was and, they were just awful and this and that. And I'm like, okay, yeah, it wasn't good. There were lots of things, but you blow those things up in the offseason. If you go back and go through, there were some things to like. And I'm not talking about the scheme or anything like that. I'm just talking about the players. So I can see that part of it, but I do think that's one of those things after a football season that people just blow up. It's like, they were awful. They were terrible. It's like the Chicago Bears offensive line. There's some good players on that team. Okay. There's actually some good offensive linemen on that team, but because they had the sacks and because they, couldn't run the ball and things like that, it's like, they're terrible. So yeah, I mean, I think first of all, that part of it gets entirely blown up. So maybe, my point is they don't have that far to go. And I think, maybe just putting in the coaching, that might be the fix right there. So yeah, I think I'm starting to go, okay, maybe I didn't grade high enough. Maybe I should go to like a B- or something like that.
You need to be more optimistic like me.
But no, I mean, I just think that is one of those things that fans just entirely beat to death and blow up. And, it's never that bad, but it's also never as good as you thought as well. And that's kind of one of the things that's a saying for, going into film. It's never as good as you thought. The best game where I thought, I played my tail off. I went in, there was 5 mistakes. I'm just horrified. Then there's the other ones where you're like, they're going to cut me. And then you watch the film and go, actually, it wasn't that bad. And that's kind of the way football is.
I don't deserve to be cut yet. Taking a look at some of the numbers that came out in terms of cap hits with the new signings there. I mean, the Seahawks did a nice job with this. Sam Darnold has a $13.4 million cap hit this year. Wow. I mean, that's big. Gino's was 37, I think it was. This is obviously before any extension was offered to him. They were going to do something to adjust it, but just by way of comparison, Cooper Kupp, his cap hit is $9.4 million, and DK was up in the, I think, right at 30 this year.
For your quarterback, that's what, a 6% hit around there.
Yeah,
I mean, you've got some teams out there where it's 25.
Yeah,
30.
well, yeah, I think Deshaun Watson. I think they just tweaked his contract again, but he accounted for like 26% of the cap or something. And then D-Law, $7.7 million cap hit this year. So according to Over the Cap, Seahawks still have $36.3 million to work with in cap space, and we'll see what they do. I still expect, and we'll ask John. But I do expect that they're going to sign a guard that's out there. I don't know who it's going to be, or it's not going to be Will Fries. It's not going to be somebody that's been talked about, over and over and over again, but somebody maybe they look at as depth. Maybe they look at as just a solid veteran, but I don't think they're done. I think they've got some money to spend. I think they're waiting for that right guy that they think is going to be an addition that can help the young guys that they've currently got that they believe in. Which, as we established, I think is the hard part for a lot of the listeners, hearing them say, we like the guys we have in the building. So good news in terms of what they've got to work with financially. Now we'll just see how they spend it. A reminder that tomorrow is opening day. We're going to be broadcasting live from 2 to 6 p.m. at Victory Hall. It's attached to all the other places we just told you about. You can enter for a chance to win a $50 gift card to Hatback Bar and Grill. Plus, don't miss out on any of the fun, including a visit from the Mariner Moose. DJ Kazan will be there at Victory Hall. Food trucks, beer, wine, cider, cocktail stations, tailgate games. It's all going on out there. So come on out tomorrow, 2 to 6 p.m. We'll be broadcasting live from Victory Hall. Right now, let's take 2.
The NFL Competition Committee is recommending moving touchbacks on kickoffs up to the 35-yard line. I think more importantly here is that they're allowing onside kicks to happen at any time when trailing throughout the game. So with the new kickoff, the dynamic kickoff, they had made it that you could only announce it in the fourth quarter of games last year. And now they're saying, you know what, that was dumb. Let's do it whenever we want throughout the game.
Yeah, I'm glad they called it dumb. Yeah. Because it was.
They officially called it dumb. That's not me in there, though.
That was part of their official statement. Yeah, that was dumb. We're going to do this. I like that. I like the idea of making it a little bit more punitive to kick it into the end zone. So it's going to force more putting the ball in play more often. And I certainly love that they're getting rid of that whole situation with the onside kick. We got to announce it, and it can only happen at this point in the game. It's a much better approach.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense. That's the strategic part of the surprise onside, right? So the 7 TDs I thought I was like I remember 2 or 3. I don't remember the 7 touchdowns.
Didn't it start out with DJ Dallas?
DJ Dallas was the first one.
And then there was another former Seahawk, right? That had one.
Well, didn't we have one returned against us, or was that for a touchdown, or was it somebody got tackled on the?
I can't remember. I thought there were 2 former Seahawks, DJ Dallas and somebody else, but I could be wrong.
Was it Reed? Was he a kick returner? The Jets. Anyway, yeah, I was surprised to see the numbers. I mean, it was actually. It worked. I was like going dynamic, my butt. But yeah, I mean, you saw that there was a lot more returns. There was a lot of yardage, and yeah, that worked. And I like that they said, yeah, that was dumb.
So this was kind of a big issue after the Alex Bregman signing with the Red Sox, but it is official today. A Red Sox manager, Alex Cora, said that Alex Bregman will be their third baseman, and Rafael Devers is going to be their primary DH.
Ooh. I can't wait to hear about this, because Devers made it very clear and to the point, no, I'm a third baseman. And when they asked him about being a DH, his answer was flat out, no, they haven't said anything to me. I'm a third baseman. That's the position I play. I mean, he was digging the heels in, no gray area. So I don't know if they massaged that whole thing and now he's more accepting of it, or how this is going to play out. But on the surface, you look at this and go, okay, that feels combustible. Looking forward to hopefully some turmoil with the Red Sox.
I wonder what that relationship is like, because it's tough. I mean, at some point you either have to have a fist fight or come to Jesus. And I wonder if, because you can't, the tension is just going to build as the season goes on.
Well, he should be mad at their manager or their owner or whoever's the one making the call. It's not Bregman. It's not his fault. I feel weird sticking up for him, but yeah.
But Bob, his face.
I get it. And if Devers punched him, I'd go, you know what? I kind of understand why he did that.
Maybe you'd like his face more after it's punched.
I don't know, but it's if we're being honest, it's not Bregman's fault. So yeah, let's just hope for turmoil and chaos. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, which player could be the X factor this season? We're going to weigh in on that next with Wyman and Bob, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Can you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions. 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Well, the longer days, the sunny breaks in the weather, they've got me dreaming of summer, right? Getting out in the golf course, heading on vacation, or just enjoying our beautiful Northwest region. Make this summer one to remember by looking and feeling your absolute best. You can do it, and if you start right now, you can accomplish that goal before Memorial Day weekend. It's Mike Salk here, and 45 days is all it takes. You can lose almost a pound each day. I lost 35 total with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. And I'll let you in a little secret. Those 45 days, they're not even that hard. No crazy dieting, no cardio or crazy exercise. Definitely no pills or injections with any kind of potentially scary side effects. None of that. You're eating healthy, delicious meals that you make for yourself and buy at the grocery store, and you watch the pounds absolutely fall off. Find out if you can do it. I know you can. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossklinic.com. You got nothing to lose other than like a ton of weight. Go to eastsideweightlossklinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
Baseball is back. Opening day is tomorrow. Seattle sports will be live from Sodo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Lots of people weighing in on what we were talking about to open the show with the Seahawks. Some saying, when we were talking about the kick returns, we knew DJ Dallas had the first one, and I thought there was another former Seahawks. Somebody was saying, well, it was Laviska Shenault. Well, he was a member of the Seahawks at the time.
You were asking for former.
Yeah, because I thought it was DJ, and I thought there was. I could be wrong. I could be 100% wrong on this, but I could have sworn there was another former Seahawk that had returned one. But maybe I was mistaken on that. So that's what I was looking for. I know about Shenault, but I was thinking of former.
Yeah,
and I guess he's now former. But
that's too bad. That one was in a losing effort. That was against the 49ers, and they got kind of smoked in that. Yeah. That was one. Was it 36-24? I want to say. It was a score that did not represent the butt kicking.
Yeah, it looked more respectable than it was. Yeah. Meanwhile, so yeah, you guys, if there was another former Seahawk, text that in, but I could be mistaken on that. So, meanwhile, again, it's funny, we did receive a text that said, hey, when do you think you'll be talking to John Schneider again? I said, well, so happens it'll be today at 4 p.m., which is why we're here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center a day early. We got Mariners opening day tomorrow, where we'll be broadcasting from Hatback Bar and Grill, or Victory Hall, which is attached to Hatback, and Steelhead Alley and all that other stuff. So we'll be out there tomorrow. So we're going to talk to John Schneider today at 4 p.m. So stay tuned for all of that. Meanwhile, taking a look at the Mariners, because the season kicks off tomorrow. What did you make of Cal signing that extension early, and the fact that he didn't opt to hit free agency, didn't opt to test the market? Does that give you hope that, all right, maybe they're gonna try to hammer this out with Logan, and maybe they'll try with Kurt and work their way down the line, or do you look at this as an isolated case?
No, it's a good question. I think it's going to lead to other things, though. I mean, it's kind of like you're setting it up. I mean, you got Julio in a long-term deal, and that was great. And then, you sign Cal. Cal, I can't remember. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but there was a point where he was kind of like, it was like we were wondering if we were going to have Cal around for his entire career, just because he wasn't happy about how the way the team was run.
Plus, he had Boris as an agent.
Right, who was going to test free agency no matter what, right? That's his rule, apparently.
That's his thing.
Yeah. That's kind of weird, because I wonder if that's exactly how that ended. I mean, wouldn't you rather just keep the client?
Yeah, who knows what led to that? And I would assume he would be like any other agent who, if the client is the player saying, no, man, this is how I want to do it. I would assume he'd still be on board. He's getting a commission either way. So, yeah, I'm not sure what led to that split.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. But, yeah, I mean, I like it, and I wonder if that's going to lead to more, possibly. I mean, look, this Mariner, the franchise, it gets worked pretty hard in, as far as our listeners and the fans and everything, and they're ripping them for not spending money in free agency and this and that. And I think the whole thing is the fear of the amazing opportunity they have with this pitching staff that's all on favorable deals and this and that, but they've done a good job of signing the core guys and, Cal and Julio, and then developing guys. And I feel like that's, probably going to be the next couple things to fall, where you'll get, if you can just lock up two of those guys over a long term, you probably can fit that in. I don't think all of them are going to be back. I think they're always going to have an Emerson Hancock that's like the next guy coming up. But, to me, that was that seemed like it was evident. What did I kick? Did I kick something?
Yeah, the power strip there is
there we go.
Making it click.
Okay.
It might just break on its own. Dave's got his feet around all the power here. So
we're good.
We can't hear you. No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah,
I wish I couldn't hear you.
That's the other one you didn't kick. Kick the one to your left.
Matt, can you help me during the break? How to cut Lefko out of my head? That'd be great.
How to
Thank you.
not hear Lefko?
If
How
I
about
had
if I
that
just
ability,
have-
I would have done it years ago.
I was going to say, how about if I just have Matt strangle Lefko?
I
That
think he'd
idea has
volunteer.
merit.
Just choke him out.
I think he'd volunteer. Yeah, I think the idea that they're going to sign all. I'd love them to bring all four of those guys back, assuming health and they're still productive. I mean, they're all four of those guys are guys you dream of having, and having them all at the same time is just a different situation than they've ever been faced with. And financially, it's a really expensive situation. It's great because they're great and they're going to be in demand. They're going to demand a very, very big salary. It's going to make the Cal deal look silly small.
Mm-hmm.
So, how many are they going to be able to lock up? 2 of the 4, 3 of the 4, 1 of the 4? Who knows? But there might be something externally that helps them, in terms of pushing the ball forward a little quicker. And that's we keep talking about this with Morosi, or not keep, but every once in a while about the impending lockout, right? So the CBA expires after the 2026 season. And by every analyst's estimation, there's going to be a work stoppage. So you've got players that want to get some security, get locked into a deal prior to that, because there's uncertainty coming out of a work stoppage. How long does it last? How much does it turn off the fan base? Then does it, fans aren't showing up the way they were, and owners are saying, I don't have the money to spend on this free agent anymore. I can only offer this much. So I think they're looking to get their big deals now. So maybe that provides a little impetus for some of these guys like Cal to say, I don't need to hit free agency. And maybe Logan and his agency will say, let's hear what you have to say. And we talked about this. John Morosi sort of got into this conversation yesterday when we talked about the uncertainty of the labor situation.
We don't know if there's going to be a work stoppage. We don't know if there's going to be a salary cap that dramatically changes things. And so if you're Cal Raleigh, by signing this deal, you basically are saying, hey, I'm not worried about that. Now, obviously, he's going to want to play. We got to have baseball. But aside from that, none of those other market forces are his concern really anymore. And I think that's actually a pretty nice place to be. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a little bit more of a number of players right now in the next couple of days signing extensions, because it allows you to not worry about that.
Yeah, and it makes sense. And A.J. Przinsky was on with Brock and Salk, and he was asked if he sees more young players signing deals ahead of the potential lockout.
I hope so. Listen, I'm pro player. I want every player to get every dollar they can. And if there's a deal that is right for you, and you're a young player, you have to take your first one. And especially a catcher, a position of such importance and such physical and mental demand. If a team comes to you and they always say, oh, you could have got more, but what if you don't take it and God forbid something happens to you, right? So I always am a big proponent of take your first one, set yourself up forever, have a nice, life, take the pressure off of you. And then if you get another one, great. But at least you always have that first one. No one can ever take it away from you. So I hope all players listen to that. Now, every deal is not right for every player, but if it's a fair deal and you and your agent think it's a fair deal, then I say go for it.
That makes perfect sense to me.
I used to think AJ was kind of a punk.
Well, he was as a player.
Yeah, I remember
very
a little
much.
incident down on the field one time with that guy where
Yeah.
he thought I was staring at him, and he was like looking at me like, what do you want? You want? I was like, oh, you want a shot at the title? What are we doing here? Yeah, but that made perfect sense.
Yeah, especially for a catcher. And we talked about it before, that had he gone through his years of arbitration, talking about Cal, he'd been 31 years old by the time he's a free agent, assuming the Mariners let him hit the market. And I want to test the market. Who knows physically where he's at that point? That is such a demanding spot. And the beating, we talk about the beating he takes and every catcher takes back there. It made perfect sense for him to do it. And he alluded to, some people feel like he could have gotten more. That was kind of our first reaction to the deal. Like, it feels pretty team friendly, but it's generational wealth. He'll never have to worry again if he never made another cent after this contract. He's perfectly fine, and his kids in the future will be fine.
Yep.
He's 100% right. Now, I know we're up against the break, but I want to hear this John Morosi quickly, just breaking down the kind of money he thinks it'll take to sign a Logan Gilbert.
It's going to be a big number. And I think that the guy that they probably, if I'm Gilbert's camp, that I'd be comparing him to is the type of contracts that Wheeler has signed with the Phillies. Wheeler is obviously now in his mid-30s, but you look at his AAV, I mean, my goodness. I mean, the AAV that Wheeler has signed is now in excess of $30 million on his most recent extension, and that's a major league deal. I mean, that is a significant contract that Wheeler has signed. And if you're starting to value your free agent years at 30 plus, and then you're adding in ARB on top of that, I mean, you are easily getting yourself into more than a $100 million commitment, and probably closer to 150 or 175 by the time all is said and done.
Yeah, so you're looking 4 or 5 year deal at 30 plus a year. So that's almost twice as much as Cal is getting per season if you're just looking at AAV. So, yeah, if you look at Logan at that number, all right, then what's Kirby's number going to be? What's Wu or Miller's number going to be? Now they're younger. They don't have the years under their belt, but it won't be long. And I would assume if they're all healthy and productive, you're going to want to bypass those ARB years if you can and lock these guys up the way they just did with Cal. So it's going to be they've got some spending to do in the future, but it's a good thing because it'll mean those guys are still really effective, still young, and you want to keep them. That's a great thing.
Yep.
But we'll see how many they can keep. All right, coming up, there could be another reason why the Seahawks aren't signing O-linemen this offseason. We're going to hear about that in Best of the Rest. It's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Our first Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the first Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, what was the initiative to make that call?
I've got something worth preserving for the sake of the people that I serve and my family. So it's important to me.
What did you learn through the process?
The experience with First Mark has been highly professional, informative individuals that have helped me from personal to professional insurance, life insurance, policies, coverage, cyberspace. Things that I was afraid to approach were pretty easily approachable.
How would you say their customer service has been, Aaron?
Absolutely 10 out of 10. I just couldn't say anything higher about First Mark. They've executed very well on as many levels as I could rate them.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Jay Leno, live Wednesday, April 9th at Muckleshoot Event Center. Come laugh it up with one of comedy's living legends. No politics, no lectures, just jokes, and they're all clean. Get your tickets before they sell out at MuckleshootCasino.com. Jay Leno live Wednesday, April 9th, only at Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Muckleshoot. Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. The treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. Swedish.org/Cyberknife Prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at the top of the hour, 3 o'clock, we'll get to Best of the Rest, some of the conversations happening on the other shows. You guys can text in at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. In fact, I'd love to see what the feeling is from Mariner fans listening out there as to this question, how you would answer this question. Of the Mariners, and we've talked about all the ifs and all the question marks, and some for good reasons. The question mark about Robles is a positive one, like can he be that good for an entire season? But some of them on the other side, can they bounce back from down years? Who's the most – we had Greg Amsinger on, and he was emphatic about Rosarena. He was like, I don't even have to worry about it. He's going to bounce back. I almost guarantee he's going to bounce back. Who do you think – and you guys can text in, which Mariner is most likely – to have a bounce back season? Some Mariner on this team that you thought had a down year last year, you need them to bounce back. Who's the most likely to have that season? Is it J.P. Crawford? Is it Garver? Is it Polanco? It could Rosarena, whoever you think. 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Who would it be for you, Dave?
Well, is it considered a bounce back for Julio? I mean,
if he gets off to a good start, yeah.
I mean, he was 273 last year. That's not really, the numbers we're looking at. His best year was his rookie year, 284, the year he debuted. But he had who was it? Morosi that was saying, the 30-30 thing, stolen bases and home runs. He's kind of around that last year, 24 stolen bases and 20 home runs, but he had 32 and 37 his second year. And I'm looking for that kind of Julio, just more consistent. And that's the thing I think with him is especially if he can start out and also not be so up and down. Last year, I mean, in June, he was batting 206.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing that kills you. And then the very next month in July, 375. So, and then,
that makes the end of the year numbers look, that wasn't a bad season.
Yeah.
Like, in totality, yes, but it's very deceptive.
Yeah, like we got used to that 375.
Yeah.
You know, and
we like that a lot.
Yeah, and then he comes back the next month and hits 234. You know, so I mean, and then he finishes the season red hot, right? You know, 328. He had 27 strikeouts, 22 RBIs, 7 home runs in the month of September, and he was batting 328. So I mean, just cut out the down part of it. So I guess, you know, is that considered a bounce back year? I think he's going to become a more consistent player month to month. I think that's the most likely, if you want to call that a bounce back.
Well, and he would be the most important of the entire group. Anybody you name, Julio is the most important to have a representative good season, hopefully a great season, but he's just got to be more consistent, as you said. I'm going with J.P. Crawford because I think it's easiest for him to get back to where he was. And when I say where he was, I'm not expecting 19 home runs. That's just not who he is. It's who he was for one season. He's never hit double-digit home runs in his career, except for the season before last season where he hit 19. And I don't know if that impacted his swing or his approach at the plate. He thought, okay, I'm going to muscle up on more of these balls. I'm going to start trying to launch these things. I don't know if it was just strictly dealing with injuries or if his approach changed. But, you know, that year he hit, talking about 2023, hit 19 home runs, drove in 65, hit 266. But more importantly, he was a leadoff hitter at the time, had a 380 on base. That's crucial for him. Now, he's not going to be your leadoff hitter. Presumably, he'll be your ninth hitter unless Ryan Bliss is going to be the opening day, is going to be your starter at second base, at which point I would think maybe he hits ninth. We'll see how they juggle that. But, you know, he went down to 202 average in the 304 on base. I mean, a precipitous drop, especially for the on base, where I think you're going to see him get back closer to what he did in 23. I don't expect those power numbers, though. I expect him to be about what he's been through his career. He's had multiple seasons of 9 home runs, 7 home runs. I think he's somewhere between 9 and 12, 13 home runs, maybe. Mm-hmm. I think is a reasonable expectation for him. You're not looking to him to be the masher. So I think
that screwed up his swing, maybe a little bit.
Maybe his approach. Maybe he thought, you know what? Look at what I did. I can improve on that. There are a couple I thought I squared up that I should have had 23. I should have. Who knows how his mind, you know, went after, because it was so big. You know, his high watermark was 9, and then he hits 19. Yeah. So it's just not been a part of his game. So sometimes guys will, you know, alter their approach at the plate and feeling like I'm going to try to pull everything over the short right field fence here at T-Mobile, and maybe that got in the way along with injuries. Who knows?
Well, and it was the 266 batting average. The other thing, you know, and it wasn't a ton more plate appearances that year, but he also had 94 walks.
Yeah, I mean, his on base was the best of his career that year.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at his numbers, I mean, the most walks he's had in a season were 68 going into that year. So I mean, whatever his approach was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that he can get back to that. I don't know, unless swinging the heavy bat there for the 19 home runs, maybe that did something to his psyche or whatever. But yeah, that would be really nice for him to get back. You know, it's funny. It's one of those things that you talk about JP and you think about, okay, his numbers were good, but then when you look at him, you're going, no, they were great.
Yeah. Yeah,
they were really good.
Yeah, his on base, best of his career. His slug, best of his career. Walks, as you point out, best of his career. And I think he can get back in that neighborhood. It's sort of like Robles, where I don't know that I expect him to hit all of those markers. Certainly the home runs I don't expect. But I think a reasonable expectation is 9 to 12, 13, like I said. And if he can get that on base, more importantly, because if he's batting 9th, 8th, or not, we'll see how they do juggle the bottom of the order. Mm-hmm. But, you know, you get on base in front of Robles, Julio, Cal, or Rosarena, it's a good chance you're going to be scoring. The runs scored could be a career high potentially for him, because he's hopefully going to be on base a lot, and those guys will be driving him in. That's That's the dream, Dave. Yeah, that's what we're hoping for there. So we'll see. But who is your most likely candidate to bounce back for this Mariner team? Text it in, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. All right, why aren't the Seahawks signing O-linemen? Well, there's some people out there in the station that think they know why. We're going to find out. Best of the rest coming your way next with Wyman and Bob, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
There is no offensive problem in Seattle when Julio is hot. None. All of the offensive problems that the Mariners have had in the last couple of years disappear when Julio's hot.
Yeah, you can put all that pressure on Julio, and it's all about Julio. And if Julio goes, everybody else goes. But we also know every rotation that comes in says, don't let that guy get going. So we will not give him much to hit.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Get an expert now on TurboTax.com. Only available with TurboTax Live Full Service. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile apps. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-611-5252. 800-611-5252. 800-611-5252.
Bracket busted? Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the only game-worn photo match jersey to ever surface from Michael Jordan's 84-85 rookie season with the Bulls, believed to be the first worn by the Hall of Famer in the NBA, sold at auction for $4.2 jersey, the last of which, that $10 million jersey, set the record paid for an item of sports memorabilia in September of 2022.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. We got the John Schneider Show happening today. For those of you who are just tuning in, maybe you missed the messages yesterday, little programming note, we are doing the John Schneider Show today at 4 p.m. as opposed to tomorrow. Normally it's Thursdays at 4, but it's Mariners opening day, so we will be broadcasting live from Victory Alley out there next to the Hatback Bar and Grill, across the street from T-Mobile. So come on out, say hello. We'll be out there tomorrow, so we'll talk to John today, coming up at 4 p.m., as I said. The text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Guys, back at the station, Wyman's a little down because he missed out on the bid on the Jordan jersey. He came up just a little bit shy. He went $4 million. Somebody topped him, so he's a little distraught over that one.
How much money do you have to just go and spend on that? And how can that give you $11 million worth of joy?
I think those are people that just have so much money that they're just looking for things to spend it. I was telling you, Jim Irsay, the owner of the Colts, has a huge collection of just all kinds of items. He's got musical instruments that are rarities. He's got sports memorabilia that are rarities. I think he's got, I don't know, he's got some sort of the Constitution or something, some items of political history that are in it. I think he travels it around. I think it's like a museum or in exhibition halls. He'll fill an exhibition hall with his stuff. And
I'd pay $10 to go look at it.
Yeah, that'd be cool to go see it. But it's just when you're a billionaire, and I don't know who won this bid here, but that's like you or I spending. All right, I could part with $20 here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could justify 20.
Hey, by the way, you're beating yourself up over the former Hawks. Somebody said Travis Homer returned an onside kick.
Oh, was it? Is that who it was? Okay.
If we trust the 360.
The 360 is never wrong.
No?
Our texters are rarely wrong.
Okay.
That'll
change on Friday.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. But Monday through Thursday, we take the information they provide and we run with it.
Yeah.
All right. So there you go. Text line is there for you, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Let's get to best of the rest.
We know you love listening to us, but there are great discussions happening all over our station.
I need more Jake Bobo. I need more of them.
Because Jake Bobo is objectively fun to say.
Yeah, I'm just not good at that.
Stinks. Let's tone it down.
It's time for the best of the rest.
How dare you?
We do this a couple of times a week. We take a listen to what's happening on the other shows at the station, some of the topics they're getting into, opinions expressed, and then Dave and I come in with the correct opinion and display it for all of you out there. So you're the lucky ones. We start with Brock and Salk, and they were talking about the Seahawks and the O-line situation, and they were speculating, asking whether the Seahawks aren't signing free agent O-linemen because maybe they just don't want to come here.
I'm not going to just sit here and complain about the offensive lineman signing elsewhere or all the excuses or any of it. Is it possible they don't want to sign here? Is it possible it has nothing to do with the Seahawks? That they've offered pretty good money because they know they've got to fix this? I'm trying to use my head. My brain tells me that John Schneider's a smart guy who knows he's got a problem with the interior of the offensive line, who has said he knows he's got a problem there that he's got to fix, who offered a bunch of money, certainly, to Fries, who knows that this is an issue and that there were some players out there that would fix the problem. Is it possible that he offered total...
There's a bridge there.
Would help the problem.
Yeah, there's a bridge there. That they're not crossing over. The fact that Teven and Lucas and those guys all come out and visit, and if there was an offer on the table, they would be Seattle Seahawks. Like in Tomlinson, go through the years of veteran guys that they have been able to sign. This is not a Mariner Stadium issue with free agents. I really don't believe that. Okay. If the money was right, they could have gotten that done. I think very clearly the other side of this bridge is they don't want to Band-Aid it. They want to fix it. And in their mind, to fix this issue is going to be with talent that they believe in, not Band-Aids, not beat up old guys, not doing Lakin Tomlinson again. We're going to try to fix this. And we believe that 2 or 3 guys in this draft can come in and start right away at left guard. We believe that maybe somebody in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, like an Abe Lucas was in the 3rd round, can come in and compete with Christian Haynes and Almea and Bradford, and may the best man win. And they're going to be unbelievably motivated because they may not be in this league or get a chance to start anywhere else.
Yeah, I thought it was a good thought by Salk that, maybe it's like the Mariners and that nobody wants to come here. They're not that bad at offensive line. Come on.
Well, wouldn't you want to be part of the fix, though, if you thought, they could use my help, and maybe that drives up my asking price. They need me.
Yeah. No, it's not like, and also, look, it's not any one place is always about the coach. Alex Gibbs was a very popular coach for a while, and he was here for a little while, but people wanted to go play for him, and those things can change very quickly. So it's not like it's hard to play offensive line here in Seattle. But yeah, I think that it can change very quickly. I think that it's going to change very quickly this year. That because of the coaching and because you have the right idea. Somebody just texted in just now, just to try to get my thoughts together. So they asked me, did you ever have a coach that helped your career, helped change you? And I said, absolutely yes. But mostly it was about scheme, and it was about what we were running and whether or not it made sense.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and look, I think it's just as simple as John has repeated this to us, that they look at certain guys and they place a value on them. Here's what we think they're worth, whatever that number is. Let's just say it's $4 million. This guy's worth that. And they're signing for more. Those guys are, maybe they were just asking for more than they Teven Jenkins. I don't know. He signed for, I think, $3 million, which doesn't sound outrageous, but I don't, maybe there was something in the conversation they didn't love. I don't know why that one got away, but Will Fries, he didn't want to go through the medicals. He wanted to sign that before he went through it. The Seahawks are sticklers when it comes to medicals, which I personally can appreciate. What if hypothetically they sign him to this big deal and then we hear, oh man, he's got degenerative knee condition, or he's got a partial tear in his MCL, or he's got, just something that you weren't able to find out about until you committed, tens of millions of dollars.
It's one of the good things that John does. And I think that comes from years of experience, and then from guys like Ron Wolf, who he talks about a lot, that, that's just, we're going to do that no matter what, because we can control that.
Yeah.
That's something that
that's the one thing you can control.
Yeah, everything else, how they play, how they're coached, this, that, and the other. Yeah, I was just having a discussion with somebody about, what coaches made me better. I really loved Charlie Waters. He was the D coordinator in Denver when I went there, but by the end of the season, everybody had figured out that we were a cover 2 team and we weren't really going to get out of that, and we would just adapt to it. So teams like the Raiders, sneaky Raiders, would, they
Cheaters.
would, yeah. And so what I had to do is I had to run down the middle of the field with whoever it was. Now, a lot of times it was a tight end.
James Jett.
But they would bring James Jett on the inside, and now I'm running with James Jett. That doesn't make sense. And
as you were running, were you going, what am I doing? Why is this way?
No, I was thinking I can catch this little sucker. No. But yeah, I mean, that was, there was a quote in Sports Illustrated, because afterwards Charlie said, I probably should have had you covering guys named Tank, not Jet. And then I said it, and it ended up in Sports Illustrated. But I mean, that was just one discussion I had, because I remember in the beginning, he goes, why you guys run all this cover 3 up in Seattle? I said, because it works. And he's like, oh, okay, that's funny. And then everything was cover 2, and so people figure that out. And so that guy was not putting me in. I love Charlie Waters, but he wasn't putting me in the best position for me to win.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what coaching does, and that's why it's so important, and that's why it's so much in focus these days. So Seattle having a problem offensive line wise, is it like known league wide or anything like that? No, but you'll even if you ask John, he'll say that's the one position where it's eluded me a little bit.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Bump and Stacy, this is on Monday. They were talking about Dan Wilson apparently being named the betting. I didn't realize this. He was the betting favorite to win the AL Manager of the Year.
It's not that I am not optimistic about what Dan Wilson can do. It's that I'm surprised nationally that odds makers or bettors are optimistic about the Mariners having, presumably, if you're winning Manager of the Year, a much better season than they did last.
They are like, Curtis, you have kids, right? And
yeah,
we see the worst of our kids.
Yes.
Like, we see the worst. We see when they're little, when they don't want to go to sleep and they don't want to listen.
Right.
When you're around people a lot, you get to see every side of them. So this is the way I look at this situation here, is that we are the parents of the Mariners. We see everything. We hear everything. We are super critical because this is our team, to whereas people on the outside view them a bit differently.
Sure.
They're looking at Julio and saying he's due for a bounce-back year. They're looking at this rotation where I think we can all agree on this one, that they have the best rotation in the game.
Yeah.
They're looking at maybe Polanco's knee getting better and rocking it at third base. They're more optimistic because they have like the 30,000-foot view, whereas us, we're in the trenches with these kids. All right, we're changing diapers. We're telling them to clean their room. They're forcing them to eat vegetables. It's different
They're
for us.
yelling at you.
Yeah, we're going back and forth. It's different. So I can appreciate that, because every now and then, even as a parent, right, you're reminded sometimes, like, I do have good kids.
Sure.
They are well behaved. So it's nice when we get the national perspective at times, and they remind you, look, it hasn't worked out the way that you wanted to the last few years, but you got some pieces over there that could make some noise.
I get what he's saying, and on some levels I agree, but I think we're aware of the shortcomings of the Mariners, and I don't think we're blinded by our passion for the team in a negative way. Maybe some are to a certain extent, but the facts are the facts. You just look at the numbers. The numbers tell you the story of this offense. Now, what is it that the national media or whoever's – I hadn't seen these odds or what why they if there was an explanation as to why they think Dan would be the Manager of the Year. And this is not commentary on him. It's commentary on what he has to work with. And we're all counting on all of these guys. Look at our questions we're asking. Who's the most likely to bounce back of this giant group of players that need bounce-back seasons? Who's the most likely? I mean, we're not dealing with the Dodgers lineup or the Yankees lineup or the Phillies lineup, or, we can go through this. You're dealing with a team that was just frankly not good offensively outside of a stretch at the very end of the season. And I get some analysts are looking at it and extrapolating that and saying, well, if you take those 34 games with Edgar and Dan, and now you bring in Seitzer, what is it going to be through 162? And it may be better, but we're all just kind of waiting and seeing, like we talked about with the Seahawks offense. I don't know what it's going to be. There isn't. You don't have that resume right there to tell you, oh, they were great, they had a down year, but they're going to be great again.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand if nationally, if people are looking here going, okay, they've got this amazing rotation. They've got Julio, who is their superstar, who everybody knows and loves, and he hasn't quite lived up to his best expectations. And then, you've got guys like we just talked about, J.P. Crawford, who had that amazing year. If he can have a year like that, and Julio can have a year like his last, what was it that was it September?
Yeah.
Where, it was 375 and, 9 bombs and stealing bases. So, yeah, I mean, it's the one that I feel like if you bring everybody together, and everybody, they don't have to have their best year, but like if Julio has his best year and, JP has his best year, you got that rotation and they're able to stay healthy, they're going to be really close to making the playoffs. I mean, we missed it by 1 game with a lot less than, we're hopeful for going into this season.
And maybe that's what they're looking at, that it doesn't take every player that struggled last year to bounce back.
Yeah.
Certainly be great, but maybe it only takes Julio just being more consistent and JP, or maybe it's Julio. I think Julio's the key. He's got to be consistent. He doesn't have to be, 55 bombs and hitting 320. That would be lovely. We'd all appreciate it, but just be that guy who's impacting games, in April, in May, in June, and not, hey, April, May, we're just nothing. Hey, June, he came to life. July, a little downturn. August was terrible. September, he went nuts. I mean, you need, it's got to even out a bit for him. And if you get that, you get one more of those guys, whether it's Garver, whether it's Crawford, whether it's a Rosarena, you're right. If it, and the other if is holding that rotation to the standard they set last year and maybe even exceeding it. It's a big ask, because they have 7 total starters last year, which I think, compared to the rest of the base is absurd. I mean, just you don't see that very often. So we're counting on health and being productive. So there's a lot of ifs, but I can understand how somebody from the outside could have that point of view. This one comes from Brock and Salk, and they were talking about Field Yates, I guess was on with them, telling them that the Seahawks offseason moves will be judged either as brilliant or dumb. No
Where
gray
my
area.
mind went yesterday was for Seattle specifically, as you kind of have written about. Okay, yeah, I could totally see your argument that I don't think it'll be boomer bust. I think it could go multiple ways. But you add in Geno in Vegas, and you add DK in Pittsburgh, and the judgment you're going to have, and add that kind of the plot to the whole mix of it, I do think you're going to have a pretty firm judgment, much like we did with Russell when he went to Denver. It wasn't just how the Seahawks did. It was looking at the disaster and going, yeah, that was the right choice.
Even then, I'm not sure if I agree.
Really?
Well, I mean, you think either the
Geno goes down and plays and helps Vegas win 10 games, stabilizes everything,
10
plays
games,
at this
fine.
level, throws for 4,000 yards, completes
10 games?
70% of his passes.
Okay, all right, fine. We've seen that. I know what that looks like. You think the Raiders are going to win a Super Bowl this year? Compete for a Super Bowl this year? I don't.
I don't either.
Okay, then I don't think that's going to happen. You think the Steelers? The Steelers don't even have freaking quarterback. You think you're going to look at the Steelers and be like, Super Bowl team? That's not to say that Geno Smith and DK Metcalf can't have individual success. They're both good players. Of course they will. I think they will both have individual successes. But are either of them going to lead their team to being a legit Super Bowl contender? Survey says no. Not even that wouldn't even cross my mind.
I'm with Salk on that one. I don't think that they're either one of them. I mean, look, it's a rough start for both. You got DK. Who's going to be his quarterback?
Right now, Mason Rudolph.
Who's throwing him the football? And then Geno doesn't even have a contract.
I'm still waiting on that one.
I am so curious. I'm more excited about the outcome of that than knowing what the first pick of the draft is going to be.
What would bother you if it was the same money and length of time? What if he signs a 2-year deal with the Raiders, and it's we heard the offer here was 40 to 45. So let's just split it in half. So let's say he signs for $42.5 million a year on a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
Then you're just like, I'm looking at it going, he just didn't want to be here. It wasn't about money. It wasn't about the years, because that's right where they offered. He didn't offer a rebuttal. He didn't offer a counter. There was no counter offer. There was nothing other than, we want to be traded.
Well, I think we're all going to be thinking that, because I don't think he's getting more than $42 million. No way.
But if he gets, let's say he gets 4 years though, or he gets a longer, then I would go, okay, he wants that. He's an older quarterback, so he wants that last bite at the apple, so to speak. I could justify that.
How old's Geno? 36.
30 going to be, yeah, he's 30, going to be 36. I don't know. I have to
Yeah.
look it
So
up.
anyway, it's going to take him to like 40. I mean, yeah, I don't see that happening either. So, yeah, I think both of those, the Seahawks, I think it looks pretty good all of a sudden, especially just the situation that they're in. I don't wish either ill will because they both balled out for the Seahawks, and especially DK. I always admired his game and everything, but yeah, they clearly both just it rubbed them the wrong way.
Yeah, if they're telling you that we want out, what are you to do? Try to no, don't go. I mean, you don't want two malcontents in your locker room, especially at such crucial positions as quarterback and wide receiver. Now, it sounded like DK was a little more amenable. Like if he had to play that final year, they made it sound like he would play that final year. The Geno thing, they made it sound like it was just silence after our offer, and the only thing that came back was we want to be traded. So that seemed more detrimental. All right, one more quickly. This is from Bump and Stacy talking about, in their opinion, the one Mariner not named Julio who's facing the most pressure this season.
I'm sure your mind goes to a couple different people. Feel free to share more than one.
Nah, it only honestly just goes to one.
Really?
I mean, because we've talked about everybody else, and then I think we did something like this a couple weeks ago. I don't think this was the question that you put out there, but we were just talking about other guys, right? And we mentioned Randy, Victor Robles, you can go Luke, who's going to be your guy at second. But I went to JP because you have to be good at what you're good at. And last year, he just wasn't that. Last year, we expect him just to get on base. Look, get on base. We don't expect 19 bombs like the year before. Big ups Driveline for helping you do all that. But your job was just to get on base and make things happen and be solid defensively. And we just didn't see that from JP last year. Those guys are important. Those guys are like the catalyst, the glue, right? You don't really recognize them, and they kind of can fade away to the darkness when they are struggling because you're not anticipating a lot from them. But when they do shine, they shine bright. And I think we missed that from JP. And he's a leader in this clubhouse. He's the guy who continued the Santana tradition of celebrating after the games. But we just didn't see JP be JP last year. And if you want to be that leadoff guy, we also saw him being shuffled around in the lineup a little bit because he wasn't producing. JP at his finest is going to swing at good pitches. He is going to walk a couple times, get on base. He is going to hit line drives, singles and doubles, and just be solid defensively. Didn't see enough of that from JP. And what that does, it takes pressure off of everybody else if JP can be JP.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I think you could put the same sort of onus on somebody who doesn't provide a lot of defense and they're not an everyday guy, and that'd be Garver, just because he's not out there impacting the game in a positive way on a daily basis. I think, if you're struggling at the plate, you can often mitigate some of that by what you do out in the field. Garver doesn't really have that opportunity. Here and there, when Cal needs a day off, he's going to play. But outside of that, he's strictly a DH. So there's certainly pressure on him. But JP being the leader, being a captain, being a guy that is, the veteran voice in there, looked at as a leader, yeah, it's hard to argue against that. The impact of him having a representative year, a solid year like he did in 23.
Yeah, it's funny, again, I love that we just looked at his numbers a little bit more closely just because, there's the idea of JP and, you always think about the leadership and all that and what he means to the clubhouse and everything. But then when you look at that season that he had, it was really excellent. It really was. So I guess I don't expect that, but if it was something that was close to that, like Bob said, he's going to swing at good pitches. I mean, he had more walks than anybody in the American League that year. So, yeah, but that was also the same year where he hit the 16 home runs. So, yeah.
19. Don't cheat him.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
He muscled up.
JP. 19.
10 more than he had ever hit previous or since.
So, yeah, gosh, I shorted the man. But yeah, that would be really cool. I would love to see that just because I think it would be very meaningful to the team. To me, I'm still like, it's kind of funny. We have these different categories like Julio, it's sort of expected. JP would be really cool because but Victor Robles, I can't wait to watch that guy.
I'm excited for him.
Yeah.
Full season of him.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm fired up. He looked good in spring. got out of that being beamed in the hand unscathed, it looks like. So that's great news. And, yeah, can't wait to see him from day one. All right, a reminder that tomorrow is opening day, and we're going to be broadcasting live from 2 to 6 p.m. down at Victory Hall. You can enter for a chance to win a $50 gift card to Hatback Bar and Grill. Plus, don't miss out on any of the fun, including a visit from the Mariner Moose. DJ Kazan in the Victory Hall will be there. Food trucks, beer, wine, cider, cocktail stations, all of that, tailgate games. It's all happening right there. It's the place to be, really. So join us from 2 to 6 p.m. out there at the Hatback Bar and Grill in Victory Hall. We're going to be out there tomorrow. Meanwhile, we're going to just assume one Mariners starter will be an all-star this year. But who else could join him? We'll get into that coming up next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits, you gotta talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily. Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. You know, there are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up at 4 p.m., the John Schneider Show as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. Yes, if you're just tuning in and maybe you didn't hear the show yesterday, we made the announcement we're having John on today. We're going to do the John Schneider Show today as opposed to Thursday at 4 p.m., which will still remain the typical spot, but it is Mariners opening day tomorrow, so we have shifted things around. We'll talk to John coming up in a little less than a half an hour, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, we're talking about bounce-back players, who's most likely to bounce back. This is on the more positive end of things. Outside of Logan Gilbert, who I think it's interesting, Lefko put that question up there. Usually it would be, well, outside of Julio, who would be the most likely all-star? Well, and he's got it up there. Outside of Logan Gilbert, who else could be an all-star for the Mariners? And here we're talking about the rotation, so that helps. But we'll get into just anybody, any position player. But let's stick with rotation. Outside of him, who's the most likely arm to get that all-star nod?
Based on what people are saying, I'm going to say Brian Wu.
That was going to be my guy. I love Brian Wu. He just had so many nice stretches last year where you just looked at him and went, this kid is filthy.
It was amazing.
They can't touch him. I mean, he and Miller both ended the season with sub-3 ERAs. In today's game, it's ridiculous.
Well, and then the other thing, too, was, we've always just raved about Kirby and the walks or lack thereof. And it was all of a sudden Brian Wu was turning in very similar performances.
Yeah.
Very similar. So, yeah, and then just hearing Cal talk about how easy it is for him, how it just explodes out of his hand, and it looks like he's not even trying.
Yeah,
so.
Easy cheese, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
Easy cheese. We had the pitching ninja on, Rob Friedman, and we asked him about the young Mariner pitchers and who's got the most. I think we asked him essentially of the 4 young guys, excluding Luis, who's got the most upside. Here's what he had to say.
I go back and forth all the freaking time with that staff. I love Logan Gilbert. I think Logan Gilbert is a Cy Young contender this year. His splitter is disgusting. His stuff is disgusting. But I mean, what do? You can't sleep on Kirby. Kirby fills up the zone. One of the best command guys you'll ever see. You have Wu, who can just blow you away with that fastball. He's got a low-key nasty sweeper. And then Bryce Miller makes up a pitch every other day and is absolutely disgusting too. So, yeah, I love this staff.
So he really
he went through all 4 of them there.
Yeah, he did, and he's probably like us last year. Like, well, who's the staff now?
Yeah.
And every week it was a different answer. So I get it, but I don't know if Wu can stay healthy. I think maybe in years past, maybe last year going in, if we asked that same exact question, maybe I would have gone with Kirby. I think he starts out behind the 8 ball, obviously starting the year injured. We don't expect him back until the end of April. How long is it going to take for him to ramp up and really get into form, so to speak? So I think that hinders his chances a bit. I mean, maybe he hits the ground running and goes nuts. We'll find out. But that I'm looking at that and going, okay, I'm sort of removing him, and it's between, Miller, Wu, and Castillo would be the other guys. So, yeah, I'm leaning. Miller's ridiculous, too, though. Like you said, he's making up a new pitch every other day. He's got 7 pitches he's working with, and both he and Wu figured out how to deal with lefties where the year previous they were getting lit up by lefties. So I don't know, just watching how quickly these two have progressed and how effective they've been. And that's getting through the league. You might see that once or twice. Once the league sees you, they adjust and you just didn't really see them. Yeah, every pitcher has a hiccup here and there, has a bad outing, but for the most part, these guys were just dominant.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy to look at some of the numbers from last year when you look at the game log for Brian Wu. I mean, it's just like looking at Kirby as far as the walks go.
Yeah. I think he had more starts than walks, didn't
he? Yeah.
He did. I mean, it's just the Mariners are in just such a great position with this rotation, and it's a fun conversation to have about who's the best, who's got the most upside, because it's really not a wrong answer.
Right.
It's at this point it's subjective because they're all great. It'd be different if you were saying, well, I think Hancock is the best arm. And then you're going, okay, come on, man. But of the other 4, the other 5, when they're all healthy, you're going, I don't know. Could be Castillo this day, could be Kirby this day, it's Logan this day. It's just they are in such a great spot with this rotation, and even the national voices, even the guy who his whole purpose. Pitching ninja is to focus on rotations and individual pitchers and what they do well, and he can't pick one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was coming on. He came on with you and Ryan. Is that right? Yeah,
Monday.
Yeah, I think I was just barely getting reception as I was coming over the pass, and listening to you betray me, by having Ryan Roland Smith on.
He's the younger, better-looking version of you.
Yes, he is that.
And he wanted to talk about brackets.
No, but I mean, it'll be fun. We'll have to continue, or maybe we should make it more like formal, because in years past it'd be like we'd be talking about pitching once every 3 weeks. Go, all right, who's your starter now?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it would just come up in the middle of a conversation. And now maybe we should make it more structured. Like, okay, who at this point is your ace? And probably
we check in once a week, or
I hope that we have really good debates over who it is.
Yeah, it is. I love it. I love that that's what's going on with the rotation. Now, position players, who do you think? If we're looking at, I'm going to bet on this guy to be he's the most likely position player for the Mariners to be an all-star. I think we're all looking at Julio and Cal as the two obvious. Outside of that, I don't know. I'm leaning toward a Robles.
Yeah.
Maybe a Rosarena. I want it to be Robles. I just get such a kick out of him. He brings such a different energy. I mean, that was 77 game. We'll find out what happens this year, but I just loved what we saw from him at the plate. And the thing we don't talk about much, he played great center field when Julio was out with injury. He's a very good defensive outfielder.
I just thought of him when I was in Boise, because we were driving, and on the freeway there was this guy in like a smaller hearse. Like a hearse that carries caskets, and it was a smaller version, and he had a skeleton in the passenger side that was like leaning out of the window, and then in the back it was like all black, and then he had these animatronic monkeys that were like moving kind of.
Made you think of Robles.
And for a second I was like, is that Victor Robles driving down the street here in Boise?
Driving a hearse.
He's got monkeys, Bob.
He does have monkeys. I don't know if he has a hearse, but he's got monkeys. I mean, yeah, I'm fired up to see him this year. I hope he lives up to something just close to what he did last year. Would be spectacular for this team. All right, another reminder, don't miss all of the opening day festivities, including a ceremonial first pitch from Ichiro and special platinum and gold glove presentations for Cal and Demo. Don't miss out. You can grab your opening day tickets today at mariners.com. Meanwhile, what if two contract situations had played out differently for the Seahawks this offseason? What if? It is Wednesday, so we're playing What If Wednesday. That's coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Catcher Cal Raleigh and the Seattle Mariners are finalizing a 6-year, $105 million contract extension.
I love it. Take care of the dumper, man. He is the captain of this team, and I'm excited for them, man, because he's one of those guys that when you think about this era of the Mariners, he's one of the first names that's going to pop into your head. I'm just happy for Cal. I'm happy for the Mariners. They did the right thing.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey friends, Stacy Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Something amazing is happening in workplaces everywhere. Devices are learning how people work and adapting to help them get more done. That's because CDW is modernizing experiences with Dell's intelligent portfolio of devices. Thanks to built-in security and AI capabilities, your teams can work smarter wherever they may be. Dell and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/Dell Client.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Baseball is back. Opening day is tomorrow. Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6. This Friday,
a 19-year-old girl was kidnapped.
I'm gonna bring home. Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl? You a cop?
You wish I was a cop. From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
You do this, better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A working man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters Friday.
Bracket busted? Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
What?
It's time for What If Wednesday.
Coach would have put me in fourth quarter. We'd have been state champions, no doubt.
Wyman and Bob rewrite the scripts of major moves and moments in sports every Wednesday afternoon. Now step into an alternative reality with Wyman and Bob.
It is What If Wednesday, presented by Mazda of Everett. A reminder coming up in a little less than 15 minutes, top of the hour, 4 p.m., the John Schneider Show will take place a day early if you're just tuning in, doing it today as opposed to tomorrow because of opening day for the Mariners. But John will be with us at 4 p.m. Meanwhile, it's time for our hypothetical game we play every day, or every Wednesday, I should say. And today's hypothetical question is, what if, Dave, Gino and DK had not wanted out of Seattle? What does this Seahawks roster look like to you right now? Do you think we're feeling more optimistic? Are we less optimistic? Do you think that there's going to be some unrest with Seahawks fans going, well, you haven't done anything to improve it. It's the same team. There's no O-line moves. Same moves are made on defense. We're happy about that, but obviously you're not bringing in Cooper Kupp and MVS. You have Tyler Lockett. You have, well, maybe Tyler's gone. Maybe you bring in one of those guys, but you've got DK and you've got Gino.
You trade both of them away. Trade one to Pittsburgh and the other to the Raiders.
But what if they were still here?
I don't know that was necessarily who they exactly wanted to go to battle with. And I wonder if, I think they would have been loyal to Gino. No question. And, that's the reasoning of getting the new offensive coaches in here and everything. And that's why it worked out so well that, that they do end up going, hey, we don't want to be here anymore. And so now all of a sudden, we can be in on the ground floor with the guys that are going to be here for the next, few years. So it was kind of like, it'd be kind of like, getting the linebacker situation right the first time.
Right.
That took them a long time to adjust. And I feel like that they've kind of already gone through that because, when those guys were looking at the job here, that wasn't afoot, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's the part that is interesting. But, no, I think they would have continued on with him. Look, I think DK and Gino is a good quarterback. There's no question about it. And again, I think everybody wants to demonize him. And then again, like I was saying earlier, with the offensive line was so terrible. Well, he has a 70% completion percentage for the season. I mean, he did some good things. He did some really good things. So I do think that that he is a good quarterback. I'm not rooting against him or anything. I do think it was incredibly rash of him to instruct his agent to say, hey, let's go for a trade here.
Yeah, I still don't quite kid. Obviously, we don't know all the details of what happened behind the scenes, but it's an odd reaction to a contract offer.
Yeah.
It really is, especially one that you're in the 40s. I don't know. Was it so far off from what he was expecting that he just felt like these guys don't respect me? They don't take me seriously. I'm not even going to deal with them. I mean, that's how it reads to me from the outside. Like he was just so insulted by the offer. Like, don't even send a counter offer. I want out.
Yeah, and I wonder if, there was also some kind of clash or some sort of run-in that he had with, with the coaches, or that he just didn't like, and that was part of it. Or, maybe it was Mike McDonald. We'd heard yesterday from that podcast about Michael Robinson, I love her. He's going, yeah, Pete told me he loved me too, and then he cut me 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
Maybe Gino just liked Pete more and wanted that kind of coach, and,
Yeah. Well, DK on the Michael Robinson Got podcast talked about not feeling like he was welcome with the new coaching staff.
Well, we felt it throughout the whole season. So Locke been there since 2019, since my rookie year. And since 2019, it was me, him, Gino, and Jay Reed. Those were the only four. Well, and Mike Dixon and J-Mon. But we were the only 6 people left from that 2019 team. The team that beat the 49ers, or the team that felt actually that real camaraderie in the building.
Yeah.
And now when you start switching out OCs and switching out head coaches, you start getting different messages from what you're used to. Like, we didn't go in there screaming, always compete anymore, or the Pete messages were gone.
Completely gone.
So now it's just 6 outsiders.
Yeah, interesting. I hadn't thought about that. They were the remainders. He just rattled them off there. Now, the 2 that I kind of didn't catch, but those were the punter and the kicker.
J-My.
Yeah. Yeah, he just kind of is, oh, well, and of course, the 2, the punter and the kicker, because they stick around for forever. But, yeah, it was only 6 of them that were left from 2019. That's pretty amazing. And he came in with Pete, and that's just kind of what he grew up with. So I guess you can kind of understand that, now in comes a guy like that. I remember feeling that way about Shanahan. If it had been early in my career, because he just did things differently.
Yeah, which you expect, right? I mean, you don't expect every coach to be exactly the same as the previous one or your last coach. I mean, certainly in Pete's case, how many coaches are like him? I mean, he's just a unique guy. Whether you love him or hate him, you don't know many coaches like him.
But I would say, being that age, though, and I was that guy, because Mike Shanahan brought me up to give me a pay cut. He's like, you're going to have to play for this amount. And I was like looking around going, am I in the GM's office? I'm sorry, I thought you were the head coach, because I thought it was ridiculous that he was the one giving me my pay cut. I just thought that was.
By the way, don't they usually talk to your agent about that?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I thought that was weird. But Mike was going to run the show, and I didn't like it, and I didn't like him really particularly. But, he obviously turned out to be really good and had just a way he was going to go. But look, this is my 9th year. I was done. I think he did me a favor keeping me there and giving me the pay cut and everything. Otherwise, he could have just cut me, and I don't know what would have happened then. But, yeah, you get attached to, and you get kind of an idea of like, okay, this is how the NFL is. Well, now all of a sudden it drastically changes. I love Mike McDonald. I love how he's blunt and how he makes decisions quickly, and he's very direct in the way he communicates. But that's totally different from Pete.
Right, and that's unique to you. The guy sitting next to you might go, yeah, I don't like that, man. That doesn't work for me. You're a guy that you talked about, coaches that could grab your face mask and scream at you and, Wyman, what the hell are you doing? And you really be, kind of abrupt with you, and somebody else is not going to respond to that. So not saying that's how McDonald is, but you've got a pretty stark contrast between Pete and McDonald, and maybe for players like Tyler and DK and maybe Gino as well, it didn't hit right.
Well, and look, Chuck could be the biggest hard ass in the world, Chuck Knox, but there's no way he was going to talk about money with me. No way. So, I mean, you grow up with that. Yeah, of course DK's going to think that way and want to get out of here. Of course, Gino probably is going to want to do that because he's had the most success, most prolonged success in his career with Pete.
Right.
So
and Pete gave him the chance.
Yeah. So I totally understand those two guys and what they're going through. Again, I love McDonald. I love what he does. And, like I said, the older I get, the more I'm on the side of coaching and management and things like that. But, when you're a young player, it's emotional. It is, man. It's because there's a lot of passion that goes into a guy that goes out there and plays hurt or, does something. I mean, I went out and I played hurt for Mike Shanahan, and so when he didn't ask me back, I was pissed.
Yeah, you felt like you put it on the line for him and he didn't reciprocate.
So, I mean, that's kind of, the kind of emotions that Gino and DK are going through. And I totally get that, totally understand it. That's just not what they're used to, and everything's changed here. And so, hey, it becomes, more clear the more you talk about it, that why DK and Gino wanted out.
All right, coming up, we are just under 1 month until the NFL draft. We're going to check in on where the Seahawks are in their offseason evaluations and everything else going on with the team. John Schneider will join us next for the John Schneider Show as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Uchenna, you redid his deal, and what do you guys expect of him?
Yeah, he had the surgery right after the season, and the doctors are excited, but it's going to be pretty close to his recovery. Like, what is he going to be a PUP candidate, or is he going to be out there without it? And we just ride it for a couple of weeks. It's way too early to tell.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Pizza Hut's fan favorite Cheesy Bites pizza is back for just $15.99. Get a large pizza with 28 pullable, poppable, cheese-filled bites. Plus the new Ranch Lovers Flight with ultimate chipotle and pepperoni ranch dips. Order now at pizzahut.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when truck month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it.
trucks and trucks and trucks.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Cameron Hayward looking to clarify his stance on four-time MVP Aaron Rodgers and the potential of him coming to Pittsburgh. He was asked about his feelings on that before. At one point, he said, look, if you want to be a Steeler, then be a Steeler. I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Now he says, quote, it was misconstrued. I was asked a question, would you go to lengths of going to the darkness retreat to recruit Aaron Rodgers? I said, no, I'm not doing that. The pitch is, if you want to be a Steeler, that's all it was. It wasn't that I don't like Aaron Rodgers or that I'm against it.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The John Schneider Show on Wyman and Bob every Thursday until draft day with Seahawks President of Football Operations, John Schneider. Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
It is that time, everybody. In fact, it's a day early this week. Generally, it's Thursdays at 4 p.m. as we come to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with the John Schneider Show, but he's been gracious enough to join us a day early because we got Mariners opening day tomorrow and all that pomp and circumstance going on. But yeah. John Schneider is here. How are you, man?
Great, good. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Great time of the year, right?
Yes.
Man,
love it.
The opener, that was cool.
Are you a baseball fan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like going to the games.
Yeah?
I don't necessarily know what's going on, but I like going to the games.
Well, you get three outs.
Yeah, yeah, I love it.
Well,
and then you got the Masters coming up, draft. Love that.
The Masters. It's got to be nice, though, to go and enjoy something without having to be constantly evaluating it and going, oh, I like that.
Being stressed out, yeah. Just watch it. I mean, not that I don't get stressed out for the Mariners. I mean,
yeah,
I want them to win.
Sure. We all get stressed out.
Play the Brewers.
Just a different kind.
Hey, by the way, do you ever, Dave and I talk about this all the time, the way the NFL has made everything huge. Everything's become a big deal. I mean, the draft now travels from city to city, and you get hundreds of thousands of people that go to the stand to watch a guy go up to the podium and go, with the 14th pick, the Jags select Joe Schmagegi, and they all go, yay! That's the whole thing. I mean, but you get hundreds of thousands of people going.
Schmagegi, is he a guard?
He's good.
He's a good guard. Yeah, I heard about this guy.
Yeah, you got to keep your eye on Schmagegi.
Go get that guy.
That guy will create problems.
Yeah, no, it's crazy how it's just every year seems to get bigger and bigger. I mean, the one in Detroit, KC in Detroit. I remember seeing the numbers in the Nashville one was pretty awesome.
Do you think the combine will be that at some point?
Well, it has gotten bigger. You know, I mean, now it's really a primetime event. You know, the
they selling
the
tickets
workouts. I don't know how they do
Are
it.
people coming
honestly,
in and-
yeah, there's fans in the stadium. Yeah. And they're cheering. I felt bad for Will Howard this year, the quarterback from Ohio State. There's a bunch of Michigan fans there. Every time he threw the ball, they were booing him. And,
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Poor guy.
Yeah, there's not enough pressure there, right?
He can handle that.
Yeah, he's been through it.
Yeah,
I think he's pretty calm under pressure.
That was probably good for him.
But it has gotten huge. I mean, I'm excited to see what they do in Green Bay because Green Bay doesn't have the infrastructure for it. So, you got people staying in Milwaukee, Madison. I think they have like cruise lines coming in right in the on the Fox River there, which is a beautiful river.
Ah.
Yeah, you can't see your swimming suit when you go water skiing. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
That's why I'm off, Dave. I swam a lot in that sucker when I was.
Oh, yeah.
That's why you give me crap all the time. Yeah. What's wrong with you?
I swam in that river.
Swam in the Fox River.
I haven't been the same
But yeah,
since.
it'll be exciting. So
I'm really not sure what we're talking about right now.
the Fox River, you've walked over it. It's in Green Bay. It goes right down the middle of the city.
Sounds like it's not very clean.
You've been there. Not very clean.
I get that.
A lot of pollutants, if you will.
Yeah. By the way, somebody texted in last week after you left, and he said, "Hey, could you guys give me a name of a good offensive lineman in the late rounds?" And I said, Joe Schmagegi from High Point University. And he was like, "Okay, thanks, man. I appreciate that."
Did you really do that?
Yeah, I don't know about any guards in the late rounds, but yeah, I mean, we get those kinds of questions all the time. That like people, but do you get people who are, like, hey, coming up and go, hey, how about this guy? Or I got a guy that I want to show you. I told you one time I had a buddy that won fantasy football and he wanted a job and things like that. So, I mean, everybody's an expert. Right?
No, we took my son Jack out for, he was back, for spring break and he's 21 now. So Tracy and I took him out I forget now, sometime last week. And this guy came up to me and he's like, "How you doing, man?" I'm like, "What's that supposed to mean? Everything okay?" He's like, "How you doing? Wow." He's looking at me like, "Wow, a lot going on." I'm like, yeah, it's just normal here, getting ready for the draft. Like, something I don't know. And he's like, got to dress that offensive line, right? And I'm like, yes, we do.
You're like, I didn't think of that.
Let me write that down.
Good call.
You feel like it's a problem?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No, so
this is what you're missing on social media.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm fairly sure.
Hey, what phase are we in now? You've talked about the phase 1, phase 2. You talked about some of the free agents that maybe their number comes down. They're not getting what they thought they were going to get. Where are we at in that process?
Like I talked about last week. I mean, it seems like it goes faster, and so it's basically phase 2 already. It really started last week. We signed DeAnthony Bell early this week from Cleveland, really good special teams player. At the worst, we have a really good core special teams guy, and Saubert, the tight end from San Francisco. Clint had him, but and he good special teams player, like tough dude. Brian Schneider was coaching him last year on special teams, loved him as well. So you're kind of in that, like, okay, what's the fit? What's the role? What's the level of compensation? And, you have some players, some agents that are still, holding out hope for, a certain level, maybe it's post-draft, certain level of compensation. And, but it has gone, it seems like it's gone so much faster. And like I talked about last week, that initial period of, the negotiating window, it happens. There's that level of risk, is really high when you're going so fast, spending that kind of money. And actually, we're getting ready to go down to the owners' meetings, so we're preparing on all the rules changes and all that kind of stuff. We're going through some of those meetings, or we had meetings on that this morning, and Pittsburgh presented an opportunity, a rule change that says, hey, during that negotiating period, you can get on a hour-long Zoom call, with the prospect and and the agent, which I think is a really cool idea, because as we've talked about before, you're spending that kind of money, you really want to, look somebody in the eye and have them talk through their injury history, or, if they've had some issues off the field or what have you. You want to be able to, like, really, talk through it with the person. So anyway, yes, it's gone faster. We're in phase 2. Wow, sorry. Rambling man. Sorry.
It's all good. It's the John Schneider show. You talk as much as you want.
Go for it.
Yeah, that's right. We prefer you talk.
No. Go.
Hey, where are the coaches as far as like the installation and things like that? I mean, they're already sitting down with Sam Darnold and some of the offensive players.
No, we're still that was still dead period that way. Players are coming back soon, but In terms of like putting all their processes in place, like ready to go when the players come in, they're ready for that. We're actually much further ahead at this point last year in the their draft process, because they were all coming in last year, just getting used to everybody installing all their stuff, implementing all their stuff, getting used to the IT guys, the video people, getting ready for everything. So they've done a great job with the video interviews, which we study like crazy. They're about an hour long, so we'll have those on while we're studying film. And so we've just gotten through. That's where we are. Trent and Matt Berry, Noah, and myself. We just basically got through the board like a second time, kind of a sweep before we go to the owners meeting. Then we'll come back, a little bit more free agency and kind of loop through that again too. So, but it's really cool to be able to sit there and study and like now have a better feel for the coaches, how they evaluate players, how they communicate with the players, and then it actually gives us a really good feel when we're studying the players, as well as what kind of fit is it going to be for that specific coach.
How different is it right now versus this time last year? When Dave and I were talking about it, I said it felt like you're cramming for a test because you had to hire a coach, then you had to hire a coordinator, and you had the draft. Felt like you were kind of behind the eight ball timing-wise.
Yeah.
And now you get the full complement of the offseason, the build up to the draft. Obviously, you had to hire a new coordinator for the offense, but you still have the same head coach. Everybody's in place, and they got a year under their belt now. And now it feels like, okay, we know what to expect. Does it feel dramatically different now versus this time last year?
From a communication standpoint, it does. Not drastically, but what we did in free agency and draft prep has been the same. But our communication on free agency much better this year. Because we know the individuals, we know how they evaluate, what they're looking for, how they're going to communicate with their players, and what the fit's going to be, and what the style of defense, and what our offense is going to look like. So much more clear this year, with a wide zone understanding, having been through it with Coach Gibbs and Tom Cable. And what those guys are looking for, it's very, very much position specific on the offensive line. So yeah, it's from a personnel standpoint, not drastically, but yes, more clear. We felt like the coaches are more involved this year in the total process instead of the one-offs. Like, hey, can you go? Can we sit down and study Dave Wyman together? They were further ahead.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that much change in players just themselves, like what they want, what they are like off the field, things like that over the years? I mean, this is 15 years for you as a GM, and you've been in scouting and everything. How have football players changed, and how is it? Like, I know at one point it was like they were fed the answers by their agents, and you can always kind of see through that. But as far as what players are like nowadays versus when you started and how they've developed and what
excuse me, we could talk about that forever. But as of late, when you're interviewing the guys in the acquisition process, draft process, their comfort level on a Zoom call through COVID, and how they, we were studying some safeties this morning, and they were, one of the individuals was talking about how he really learned how to study through Zoom, and how he jumped ahead, how he's ahead of his competition to play like his sophomore year, I think, because of his ability to study on Zoom. And then, probably their ability to, they learn differently, I would think, with all the Madden, the video games, and it's true. I mean, the guys, like, they're much more, they're visual learners, and hey, show us the play, show us the concept, and then the why. They really want to know the why. Instead of like, just go do this and hit that gap, take that guy on. They want to know why. Why am I doing that? And once you and the staff, that was one of the things that impressed us most about Mike, was that defense that they ran and how complicated it was, but everything we heard about the teacher and the clarity and the intelligence and the ability to make it, just teach it in a really concise, clear manner.
Hey, when you guys bring in free agents and you meet with them and then they leave and you don't sign them, is that, I know it's probably unique to each one, but is it generally about money when it doesn't, like Teven Jenkins comes in and he signs somewhere else for what seemed like a reasonable, I think it was $3 million, something along those lines. why does him as an example? Why does somebody like that, when you have a need there, get out of the building? Do you see his tape?
Yeah.
Is it just something you learn in that conversation that you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical. It could be his personality. It could be financial. But yeah, when you're bringing people in to sit down with the coaches, with the whole staff, see how they're treating everybody and how they're going to be a fit in the building. The people are extremely important to us in this building. They're like our foundational people. And so how are they, how much do they love football? I mean, how hard, like what kind of worker are they? And it also gives you more time to do a little bit more research, on like themselves, like reaching out to the people who've coached them. What do you think of that coach? There's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually. Good job, though. Good job, Bob. I was headed down that road. Nice work.
Did you look over at
Pearson? No. I just stopped myself. I was like, wow, nice work.
I see Dave starting to stand up. Going,
Your doctor's filling me over there, Adam. Man,
I don't think I
April
like your
20th.
attitude.
Yeah, April 20th.
Tacoma Comedy Club.
Sean Kemp and
Gary Payton.
Nice.
Yeah.
Are you going to go?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. Adam Ray.
Try to go, too.
Nice.
He's a guy that makes people laugh.
Yeah, I know who Adam is.
Yeah.
I do. He really endears himself to people right away, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You're just like best friends.
Big time texter too. Like, how did you do that?
Yeah.
I'm like, how did you do that?
But he's one of those people that won't just send one big text. It's like, hey, send. What are you up to? Send. I'm doing this. Send. Have you seen this movie? Send. It's like ding, ding, ding. He just, yeah. It just
comes in threes.
It's just put it all in one.
Yeah. Well, better that than like the big super long one where you're like, I'm not reading that one.
Just
brevity's
that
key.
one.
Hey, we talked a little bit with you, and I'm just wondering, like, are there some examples of, I thought the NIL money would maybe spoil kids and make it more difficult for them to focus and things like that. But then, you brought up the fact that you can really tell who loves the game.
Yeah.
It's not just about the money and things like that. And so, you have any stories?
Obviously
not named.
Yeah.
But
No, I agree with you. I thought that was going to happen as well. And it does to some, and it helps the evaluation process.
You thought it would take them away from football.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
but,
because I got some cash now.
Yeah, it's really helped. I think it's really helped, understanding what their passion is and what the love of the game and what team means to them. And
But have you had any experiences, not asking you to name names,
Yeah.
but were situations or things like that?
Yeah, I mean, there's several players in this draft that have, are darn good football players that have awesome interviews that, they're presenting themselves great in a really great manner, strong manner, and they've made, 10, 12, $13 million already, and I mean, it's pretty cool, 2 cars. There's a guy getting interviewed, and he's like, the interviewer's like, okay, if you jump in your car and, what kind of music's playing? Like, I mean, do you have a truck or a car? And the guy's like, I have both. It's like, okay.
All right.
Hey, check. Alert.
Yeah, right.
Hey, one thing we were talking about before, Dave was talking about the final year of his career, how the coach brought him in and basically said, we're giving you a pay cut.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna make less here, and you that's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah.
Uchenna just restructured his deal. He's taking a pay cut. How does that is that a tough conversation for you? Do they kind of know what's coming? Or
no? I mean, sometimes if guys have a higher cap number, they know it's coming, But it's never it's not fun. No, it's again, it's that guiding light of what's best for the organization, A, and then what's best for the players, B. And if you can connect those two things, then it's awesome. And he wanted to he wanted to be with us and wanted to stay connected, and he's a champion. He's a champion person. I mean, like the guy works his tail off. He's rehabbing like crazy right now. What
did he have surgery on?
He had a little knee deal, clean up.
Knee.
Yeah, but yeah, it's never. I remember right when I got here, Lofa and I don't want to say we joke about it, but we had to ask Lofa to take a pay cut. And so I brought him across the street to buy him a beer and have that conversation. And it's not a fun conversation, but it's that balance of showing somebody the respect, the love, want. We really want you here. We don't want to be in this situation. It's not ideal, but we can talk through it. You could maybe you can go in free agency if you want, and check out and see what's going on, or we can just work this out together. And with Lofa, we were able to work it out together. And obviously he's a legend. I always will be here.
Is that
like many guys are? We've went through this. It's hard. You always want guys to end their none of us want to get at some point, right? Like nobody wants to get let go or shown the door, and that's always a super hard pill to swallow. Like no matter who you are. I remember with the Redskins, we were there a year and got let go, and I was with Marty Schottenheimer. I'm like, we're gonna be here forever,
Yeah.
I mean, 10 years he'd been 10 years wherever he was, but it's not anything that's like specific to the Seattle Seahawks. Now, are there ways that we can do it in a cleaner manner? Yeah, and so we've tried to do that better for our legends, but it's hard here because again, there's so many amazing people in this building, like for the support staff, with Mo and EK and Dave and Sammy and Strick and I mean, there's just so many people. I could keep naming them, but like you get Ivan and all the guys in the weight room. Everybody gets so connected. It's hard to go through that, and I'm sure it is everywhere else. But heck, I mean, I've been through it with Brett Favre and Reggie White and Joe Montana and Marcus Allen. Those are pretty good players. You know what I mean too.
Yeah.
So it just it happens. So
and you always talk to the player. I was asking Dave, was it weird that the coach was talking to you rather than your agent? Is that
because it's personal? It's a personal deal. Yeah. It's not. Not the most fun part of the job.
Right.
But it's something that has to be done, and you have to keep moving forward and keep looking for what's next. And if you want to keep being consistent championship caliber football team, you gotta make these really tough decisions every year.
Yeah, well, I guess my complaint about it was because it was coming from the coach, not from the GM.
Well, was he the head coach and a GM?
I not officially.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So, and I grew up with Chuck Knox, and so I was like, Chuck would always be like, "Hey, go upstairs, get taken care of, and then come down here and play." And then he'd run upstairs and go, "You can lowball Wyman, right?" So, but yeah, I mean,
oh, that's funny.
But it gets very personal, especially when it comes from the coach. So
that's why it's always good to have it separate.
Have the buffer.
You have it separate, and the head coach is the individual that has to get up in front of the football, in front of the players every day. Primary leader, and then the general manager is the person that's hiring the football business.
It's amazing how important the coaches have become. And I've asked you a number of times about this, just because the coaches, when I played, I mean, I had a linebacker coach that he was bald, and during the offseason, he'd wear a toupee around. If you ran into him on the street, you wouldn't even recognize him. It was like, and so I never saw him like off the field or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're such a huge part of the guys' lives. And you mentioned Zoom call and everything, and that just, it's an incredibly important. Like it used to be that Chuck would get his guys.
Yeah.
Like Abe Gibron.
Yes.
He would bring him in, and one of his old guys, old buddies.
Was it the Bears coach?
Yeah, he was in Tampa Bay for a while. Yeah, exactly. Just this big guy.
Yeah, I was going to say fairly hefty fella.
Yeah, he was a big fella.
Yeah,
but I
big
mean,
bone.
Now, now it's very, very different that these guys are so intertwined with the
I think the guys have a stronger connection to their coaches now. No question.
Yeah.
It's not us and them. And coaches, I think coaches do a much better job of really biting into the person. And hey, I'm gonna help you get better. I want to help you. I want to help you achieve great things. I want you to, be the highest paid of your position, or, maximize your value. We're going to do that while we win championships. And I think that, I've seen coaches definitely, grow in that regard over the years.
So do you have more visits scheduled? Can you tell us who's coming in to talk about O-line play or anything?
We had an O-lineman in this week, Cole Van Lanen, who's from Green Bay, actually, kind of well. Okay. Yeah, he's a restricted guy from Jacksonville. So he would be somebody we're trying to decide to. Yeah, that's a different See, you did it again. Nice job. I didn't open it up too much here. Yeah, he's restricted free agent, so it's kind of tricky. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. So,
From
but
now on,
that
just
part
say-
of it's not done.
No.
Just say Joe Schmagegi.
I'm gonna use that, Joe Schmagegi.
Yeah. I don't know where I
From
got
nowhere
it,
high
but-
school.
Yeah.
Did you just make that up, or is that how?
No, I heard it years ago, and that it just becomes the go-to for random guy, Joe
Yeah,
Schmagegi.
I had an old scout that used to call me Little All Coast Almost. You went to Little All Coast. You're a Little All Coast Almost. It means I wasn't a very good player, Dave.
I got you.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm sure you were fine. You were fine, John.
All right,
Always great stuff.
go Mariners tomorrow, right? Let's go.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's go.
Yeah.
So is it baseball talk all day?
Tomorrow?
No, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
are you guys down there?
Yeah, we'll be at the
fun.
we'll be at Victory Hall, and then at Edgar's Cantina on Friday. So yeah, we're on site with all the
Fun.
Mariner fans. It's gonna be fun.
I'll have to come see Edgar's Cantina if I go to a game. If you guys are down there doing
You
it.
should.
Right.
You absolutely should. Best margaritas out there. Very good.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Cool. Good
Yeah,
enough.
you'll like it. You'll
All
like
right.
it. We appreciate you.
Oh yeah.
man.
Have a great evening, you guys.
There you go. There's
All right.
John Schneider, everybody. The John Schneider Show is presented each week by Pizza Hut. Coming up, we'll talk about what stood out from this conversation and everything else going on with the Hawks. That's coming up with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Julio home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This Friday, a 19-year-old girl was killed. I'm gonna bring her home. Jason Statham is a working man.
Where's the girl?
You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
From the director of The Beekeeper.
This is human trafficking.
You do this, you better go full on.
Is that a grenade?
Yep.
You ain't a cop. You're a working man.
That's right. Time to get to work.
A Working Man. Rated R. Under 17. Not admitted without parent. Only in theaters Friday. 4 down territory. Going inside the game. What Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box packaged food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Well, and I'm one of those 4,000 people. I'm incredibly proud of my transformation. It started with just a 15-minute phone call where I learned how easy the program was and decided that it was right for me. I encourage you to make that phone call for yourself. It's only 15 minutes, and it can have a lasting impact.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Paid political advertisement. Did you know insurance companies don't always pay what they should when your car is totaled? Too many Washington drivers are forced to accept lowball payouts or pay out of pocket for repairs their insurance should cover. But SB 5721 can change that. This bill holds insurers accountable, ensuring they provide fair vehicle valuations and cover the full cost of repairs. It also creates a simple, fast dispute resolution process so you don't have to fight alone. Stand up for fair coverage. Visit fairautoclaims.com to contact your lawmakers and tell them support Senate Bill 5721, sponsored by the Washington Independent Collision Repairers Association.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Our thanks to John Schneider, who joined us in the previous segment. In case you guys are just tuning in and missed that conversation, the John Schneider Show taking place a day early this week because of Mariners opening day tomorrow. So if you guys missed that conversation, don't worry. You've got an opportunity to catch it after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that, and it'll be right there waiting for you after the show, as it is each and every day. And you can click subscribe and never go through that process again. It just shows up for you. It's totally free. It's a beautiful system. So our thanks to John. Again, the John Schneider Show is presented each week by Pizza Hut. What stood out to you this week in our conversation with John? Dave?
Well, I think the more we talk to him and all these questions that we ask him, we're just trying to, number one, ask a question that we can actually get an answer to, because he can't tell us a lot of it because it's a huge secret. And this is interesting because John told me one time that, before the draft, every team is so barricaded in that they don't want to tell anybody anything. But then, he said when it's cut down time, like there's just a flow of information. Like, I got this guy, you got this guy, everybody knows who's out there, everything. And so, a lot of times they communicate a lot more. Just because, the draft is the hugest secret there is, right? So,
plus there's all the misdirection that's sent out there. Like, this team loves that guy. Like, we see that Titans report. They love Cam Ward even more than they did before. So the offer, they're still listening to offers, but now it's going to have to be a huge offer.
Right.
So,
and I can't tell if they love him or not. I mean, of course they love him.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, everybody loves him. So, what degree of that do you go, oh, they really want him? Okay. Nobody knows.
Unless
nobody
they just
really knows.
came out and flat out said, we're not trading the first pick.
Yeah.
We have our guy. We are making the pick. Beyond that, feel like they're just throwing up some smoke signals like, all right, let's see if somebody gets crazy like Mike Ditka and gives us their entire draft for this one player. And we can go that route.
And I think John's talked about this before. I think the most excitement that they've had was last year in a while anyway. And, we have to ask John about years past, but when Byron Murphy, who was their highest rated defensive player, and the guy who got picked before was Latu.
Yeah, and he had the injury history, right?
They were never going to draft him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he had a neck problem and he wasn't even cleared at UW. He wasn't cleared by their doctors. So he goes to UCLA and plays football. Outstanding pass rusher. I didn't really follow him a lot last year, but, he was an incredible. Like, there was nobody like him in the draft. So he goes to the Colts, and, the Seahawks just were not going to take him.
Right.
So they got exactly the guy that they wanted. That was their best defensive player. So that's always really exciting for them, I think. And, we'll maybe ask a few more questions about years past, but yeah, he's just so secretive about the draft. You can't really ask him anything. And people are at least getting that now, because we get texters that joke and say, hey, ask him who's going to take here and there and this guy and that guy. And so
at least they understand he's not going to say that. I think it's interesting to see really the human side of it, that even talking to somebody, we were talking about Uchenna restructured his deal. He took a pay cut. Also clarified he had a little cleanup on his knee, is what he said. The surgery was, but even those you're not cutting the guy. But you got to pay him less than what he's making. And the salary cap hit was too punitive, and just him kind of talking about going through those conversations and how tough that is. And we kind of forget, as much as we hammer it's a business. It doesn't make it any easier, right? If you're a human being dealing with another human being, and there's emotions and feelings involved, period. I mean, as much as we can sit here and be cold and go, hey, man, that's the business, you see just in how he was talking about it that, yeah, it's rough. It's hard. It's hard to sit there and have that conversation with a player and tell him either, hey, you're not part of our future, or, yeah, you are, but at this rate now.
Yeah, and it's funny, listening to having talked to John, and then having listened to like Sherm talk about how they don't do it right here and everything. It's like, you can't take away all the pain. Everything was great here. You won a Super Bowl. There's so many great things that happen here, but there's an equal downside, when it comes to football, because it's heartbreaking, because you can't play anymore. You don't get to play. And, and for some of those guys like Sherm, it's a lot easier. I mean, they made a ton of money. They can get, a lot of different jobs and still stay in the industry and things like that. But when you're shut out, it's like, I hear it from a lot of military people that, like, when you retire from the military, it's like you had access to everything. You could just walk in. Like, I remember the first time I had to go and, get a pass to get in to watch the Seahawks practice, like, they revoke your key card. You can't get in anymore. You're not part of the club. You don't.
That had to be kind of humbling.
Oh,
right?
my God. Yeah.
I'm with the common unwashed media here.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
No, exactly. And I remember one time when I was covering the Seahawks, when they had that bubble out there in 2004, that was in Kirkland. It was the first year I started, and it was like I started to walk across to go out there, and they're like, we need to have the media walk on the dirt around.
You said, what'd you call me?
Yeah. I wish everybody could have seen Bob's look, the look on his face. That was exactly right. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of passion that goes into that. I get why, Richard Sherman, for example, is complaining about how much it hurts and this and that, and what I would say to him, suck it up, man. I'm sorry. It does not end well. It does not end well. So, either way, you think you can still play. There's very few guys that are, that just retire, have the dream career. They retire with the team that drafted them. They've won Super Bowl championships and, the whole thing. Just suck it up. It's going to hurt.
Yeah.
And so that's part of it, because there's so much passion. That's part of it. It's not really just a job. Like, it's a game, and it's a game that you've played your whole life and you've worked for. And now you're only 35 years old and you're out. So that's just something that I think, I would just counsel the players, like, that's what you're going to have to go through.
Yeah.
No matter what. There's not going to be any magical fix. And, Pete Carroll or John Schneider they're not going to be able to do anything that's going to make that hurt less.
Yeah. And I would ask Sherm if we had a chance to talk to him, like, all right, let me make you the GM. And here's your salary cap. Here's your budget. And you've got an older player who's making a lot of money, who's not what he used to be. And you've got a chance to put this younger guy in or draft this younger guy who's going to be decidedly cheaper and obviously decidedly younger. What are you doing? I mean, I guess he's a smart guy. I guess I don't understand. I get how hard it is and everything you're saying, but he makes it sound like they're doing him dirty. How could they do that? I'm like, every team does it. Every team moves on from players that are older that can't do what they used to be able to do. I mean, I don't know what your expectation is, that they just keep everybody until they're 45 years old and they can't walk anymore and they're going to be a terrible team. And I don't understand his expectation, I guess.
Yeah. Joe in Bellevue, or no, well, maybe it is Joe in Bellevue. Yeah, it is. He says Connor Williams retired on his own terms. I don't think that was painless. I don't think the Connor Williams retirement, that guy was in turmoil.
Yeah, that was odd vibe from him.
I would not say that was, like a good way to go out on top. And even the guys that go out on top, they still, would love to go back. I guarantee you they have dreams like I did and still do every once in a while.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, the team's calling you back. And
yeah, I don't think you leave in the middle of the season and say, that's perfect. That's how I envisioned it. You're right. Something was happening there. There was some sort of inner turmoil or something to where you, in the middle of a season, you're just like, that's it. I'm done. That doesn't feel positive. Hey, a reminder, tomorrow is opening day, and we're going to be broadcasting live from 2 to 6 p.m. down at Victory Hall. You can enter for a chance to win a $50 gift card to Hatback Bar and Grill. Plus, don't miss out on any of the fun happening out there. There's going to be a visit from the Mariner Moose. DJ Kazan is going to be there in Victory Hall. They've got food trucks, beer, wine, cider, cocktail stations, the whole thing. Tailgate games going on there. So come on out tomorrow. It's going to be a great day, opening day. We're going to be out there from 2 to 6 p.m. broadcasting live. Meanwhile, one MLB analyst had a backhanded compliment for Cal Raleigh and the Mariners. We're going to hear that when we sweep the dial. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Catcher Cal Raleigh and the Seattle Mariners are finalizing a 6-year, $105 million contract extension.
I love it. Take care of the dumper, man. He is the captain of this team, and I'm excited for them, man, because he's one of those guys that when you think about this era of the Mariners, he's one of the first names that's going to pop into your head. I'm just happy for Cal. I'm happy for the Mariners. They did the right thing.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news from our friends at Swedish. They're adding a second Cyberknife, so patients can now receive Cyberknife treatment at Swedish, Cherry Hill, and the First Hill campuses. As many of the 710 listeners know, Cyberknife is a non-invasive, non-surgical treatment option for prostate cancer with proven results. It uses advanced technology to track your slightest body movements while adjusting in real time to deliver radiation with extreme precision. Healthy surrounding tissue and organs are spared from radiation. The end result, excellent long-term cancer control and significantly reduced side effects. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is typically only 5 days, each session lasting less than an hour. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather stripping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Bracket busted? Don't worry, Madness Maniacs, you still have a shot at winning. Head to seattlesports.com/win to fill out your 16-team bracket. It's not too late to join in on the fun. It's the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the winner of the 16-team competition will win a $500 Visa gift card. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win. Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when Truck Month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! Trucks and trucks and trucks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
The whole baseball world was talking about the Cal Raleigh, well, still reported extension. Nothing actually official yet from the Mariners, but it's presumed to be happening since everyone was talking about it. And former Rockies GM Dan O'Dowd was on MLB Tonight. He gave Cal a compliment, but also thinks that playing on the West Coast has maybe kept him from becoming a bigger name in baseball.
And again, I think different time zone. If he's back in the East Coast, I think he gets a lot more love than what he actually gets in the game. He's a really, really good player. And, you know, you want a mentally stable individual behind the plate, somebody that posts up night in, night out, and brings this sense of calmness to the team. I think he does that. I think he's really an integral part of everything that's going on in Seattle right now. Again.
Mentally stable Cal is. And he is that. We've talked about, I think, you know, maybe he was talking about just his demeanor. He's not somebody who gets super high or super low. He's just you wouldn't know what had happened in a game if you didn't watch it by his reaction. He's just so even through everything. So I get his point there with Cal. And as far as, is he a bigger star if he's playing with the Yankees and as opposed to the Mariners? Yeah, probably. You're going to get more attention being a Yankee, being a Dodger. You know, I don't think it's necessarily East Coast, West Coast, as he said there. I think it's the historical franchises. The franchises spend a lot of money that are in it, like we talked about, whether it's the Cubs, the Phillies, the Dodgers, Yankees, Mets. It's a bigger spotlight.
I want to see Cal just lose it. Just be part of a fight or something like that.
What if he just tore off all of his equipment and was throwing it? He's taking off the shin guards and throwing it into the field, chucking his catcher's mitt into the field.
Well, he's one of those guys you don't want to get mad, right? Because you do see that he's very calm. The only thing was the Matt Brash mound visit. But other than that, we've seen him, be pretty even keeled. So much so that he hits like the most historic home run in history, and then you ask him, "Hey, how awesome is that?"
Yeah, you just created history that people are going to talk about for decades to come.
It's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
They can do that if they want.
That was the best answer to Jen about people stealing on her, throwing out 2 runners in a game, and she's like, "When are they going to learn not to run on you?" And he didn't even crack a smile. He just said, "Well, I mean, they're allowed to, so they can if they want." So good.
Sweeping the dial.
A lot of talk about the Giants after their quarterback spree. They signed Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson, but that hasn't stopped Mel Kiper from thinking that maybe one more quarterback ends up there. He thinks Shedeur Sanders could end up on the Giants.
I think it's New York, Michelle. I think New York Giants were the best spot for him, just like Eli Manning picked the Giants, hand-picked the Giants when he was going to become a Charger. So he wanted to go to the New York Giants, and he dealt with all that, and he was equipped to deal with it because of Archie and the Manning family. And this is the same thing with the Sanders family. But, again, it has to be an organizational decision where the brain trust has to feel this guy is good enough to be you're talking about great. You're not talking, like I said before, this is not a single double-legged quarterback anymore. This is about a home run. You want a grand slam, but you'll want a home run triple. Today's even a double, single. You got to be the word is consistently high. That's the phrase, consistently high level of quarterback play week in and week out. Now, I think it's asking too much of all these guys, but that's what they're shooting for. So if you don't believe Shedeur can get you to that point, you don't take him.
It would seem a good landing spot in that for him or anybody. A quarterback, because you've got 2 guys who can be the placeholders. You got Russell, you got Jameis Winston. You don't have to throw the kid into the fire right out of the gates. You can, buy him some time. He can hang out on the bench and watch and learn from these guys' successes and mistakes. And so there's not that urgency to come in and fix everything that's wrong with this team right now. So I think whether it's Shedeur or if Cam Ward dropped or whatever, if somebody landed in a situation like the Giants where you've got your guy for this season, I think that's a good situation.
Yeah, it seems like teams are starting to get back to that as well, where it's like, hey, even if you draft him in the 1st or 2nd pick, you're not just going to throw him out there. That it's going to take them a while to get going. Jared Goff, is one. But, that's how it used to be. Look, I don't think there was a whole bunch of pressure on John Elway to go out there and save the Denver Broncos. I think, everybody understood that it was going to take a little bit of time to get there, but little did they know it would take getting him a running game in Denver. That's what got him to the Super Bowl and made him so dominant.
By the way, do you think Shedeur Sanders goes number 3 to the Giants? I had to look up and see where. I couldn't remember where they were picking. Their 3rd overall pick.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That'll be interesting. It's nice to have that buffer. We saw the Falcons do that last year, where they brought in Kirk Cousins and then drafted Penix pretty high. So, if you could, and somebody was talking about this. I think I was listening to Bump and Stacy today, and I believe they were discussing this, but I believe it was Bump and Stacy's show I was listening to, but anyway, it was, about how you've got Sam Darnold here, and, what if you took a quarterback and developed him for a couple of years? That might not be a bad move. If even as high as like a 3rd round draft choice, you pick a guy that you can sit there and he can learn from Sam Darnold, that might not be a bad move.
sweeping the dial.
So kind of a strange quirk of the college basketball season. The transfer portal is open now. Obviously, there's a lot of teams still playing, 16 in fact. One of those being Michigan State. And Tom Izzo was asked at their media availability how he's navigating both playing a season and the transfer portal. And he wasn't really pleased getting asked that question.
I'm not ready to move on. So, Judd, I've followed what you said. I'm going to worry today about the guys I got in this program that have done an incredible job this year, and that's it. And if that costs me later, so be it. But Tom Izzo isn't cheating the people that he has that have been loyal to him for this chaos that is going on out there. When I came back Sunday night, that was it. There was nothing on my mind but giving these guys a chance to win one more game, get to Elite Eight, and one more game, and have a memory that'll last their entire life, their kids' life, and their grandkids' life. So excuse me for being passionate about it or pissed off about it, whichever words you want to use, but I'm not going to talk about it.
Oh, Bob Stelton gets uncomfortable when Tom Izzo goes third person like that.
Dave Wyman really loves it when Bob goes third person.
Is that a weird thing to do when you're doing it in a serious manner? It sounds weird to me. But anyway,
it's very strange.
It's just Tom Izzo doesn't cheat anybody. Okay, all right, but you can kind of see what he's trying to do. He's playing to the kids he's got in that locker room that are still in this tournament, and he's playing to them. And he's saying, "Hey, man, look at how the coach went to bat for us, and he's not worried about transfer portal. He's all about us." And it seemed a bit calculated.
Yeah, but also I feel like he could have taken care of that in just a couple of sentences there. I mean, what are you asking me that for? How about this? What are you asking me that for? Instead of going third person and everything, I got a team that's still. What are you, nuts? Yeah. Let's talk about it in a couple of weeks, and that would be it.
Yeah, and I'm going to need him focused. I believe I have them in my Final Four. So Tom, let's get you and your other personality get together and make this whole thing happen.
Dave doesn't have anybody in the Final Four.
Are you minus all four?
Dave's covered is bare.
Oh, goodness. All right. Hey, a reminder, don't miss all the opening day festivities going on tomorrow. We're talking about a ceremonial first pitch from Ichiro, special platinum and gold glove presentations for Cal and Dylan Moore. And don't miss out. You can grab your opening day tickets today at mariners.com. Meanwhile, we gave out grades for the Seahawks offseason earlier in the show, but there's one thing that could drastically improve the perception of their offseason. Tell you what that is coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Roger. Roger, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
Over the last several years, my homeowner's insurance policies just kept on going up and up and up. For years, it was $1,100. Last year, it was $2,500. And this year, $5,000. That's what got me to call First Mark Insurance.
Were they able to save you any money?
Absolutely. Within a couple of days, came up with a proposal that blew my socks off. It was an amazing amount of reduction in cost.
Did they improve your coverage while saving you all that money?
They did both. The coverage is better and the cost is substantially less. It's half as much as I was paying last year. Recommend First Mark to anyone who is looking to get better coverage at less cost.
Well, Roger did it, my family did it, and you got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge and see how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington Accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. But what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible. But how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $750,000 to their customers. Mark, GM of Wayscar Ford, joins me, and it's such a great offer. But to clear up any confusion, is this like a consignment, and how can you offer this?
It's not a consignment, Stacy. A consignment, the dealer that's trying to sell your car hasn't paid you yet. We pay you right up front. No more insurance, no more maintenance. All that's gone. After that's done, we pay you half the profit. It's that simple. There's no magic to this. All the money we're saving by not buying at auctions, the shipping fees and the travel, we're giving it back to you. That's how it works.
So get the most money possible at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert. And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again!
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone! Goodbye, baseball! Julio Rodriguez!
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball, Tridents up.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd, and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets at mariners.com/promos.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, if you're a fan of collectibles, you'll love this. Recently, the rookie jersey from Michael Jordan from the 84-85 rookie season with the Chicago Bulls, believed to be the first worn by the Hall of Famer, sold at auction for $4.215 million by Sotheby's. That announcement was made today. It's the 5th most expensive NBA jersey ever sold at auction. Now, it only trails another Jordan jersey that was worn during 17 games in the 96-97 NBA season. That one sold for $4.7 million. Wilt Chamberlain's 1972 NBA Finals Game 5 championship clinching Lakers jersey sold for $4.9 million. Kobe Bryant's 2007-2008 MVP game-worn signed Lakers jersey sold for $5.85 million. And Jordan's Last Dance jersey sold for $10.091 million. So he's got 3 of the top 5 all time. By the way, this jersey was sold back in 2009 for $66,000.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. And if you missed any part of today's show, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. And that, of course, would include our conversation with General Manager and President of Football Operations, John Schneider, who we spoke to earlier in the program today. Again, a day early because of Mariners opening day happening tomorrow. So good stuff from John. Check that out on the podcast page. Again, you can just click subscribe and never have to worry about it. It's totally free. So I would highly recommend doing that. But we did this to open the show for those that are just joining us. We graded the Seahawks offseason earlier. And you look at how much, they've got some future moves they've got to make as it pertains to their 2022 draft, that draft class. So how much do these deals, when you look at Darnold, Kupp, and Lawrence, the numbers are out there, and none of them are punitive at all. I mean, you're talking about your starting quarterback. Sam Darnold is accounting for a $13.4 million cap hit this year, which is huge. And he also has 2 void years in 28 and 29. So this could essentially be a 1-year deal if things go the wrong direction, which I hope that's not the case. But then Cooper Kupp, he represents a $9.4 million cap hit this year. Lawrence, D-Law, $7.7 million in terms of a cap hit. So right now the Seahawks financially are in what appears to be very good shape after making a number of moves out there, $36.3 million in cap space according to Over the Cap. And you've got some names coming up from that 22 draft class that you're going to need to look at. So it feels like they've set themselves up, especially when you look at the cap hits of all these new acquisitions, in a very good spot financially speaking.
Yeah, and look, the big if is, is Darnold, is this going to turn into an absolute grand slam? Because right now, it's a great deal, $13.4 million. You're taking, and really, I think that as much as there was doubt the first 6 years of Darnold's career, and then in those last 2, I think pretty much everybody would sign up for $13.4 million. To take a chance that he is the guy that we saw for 16 weeks last year. Right. And I just think the only thing I think that I think is more awesome than that. Well, I shouldn't say this. I'm not rooting against Geno. I'm just so damn curious to see what he is going to get, because whatever it is, it's not going to be even close to this. So, and that's, whatever they were
close to the Darnold number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, and we'll see how he performs. I still think Geno's a really good quarterback. Again, I keep touting his numbers from last year. And, but yeah, this is just the more you look at the Darnold deal, the better it becomes. And now the only thing that is related to this that's sort of intertwined is the Geno thing, because he asked to be traded without even trying to renegotiate a contract, and that's just very odd to me. And I'm just curious what he's going to take. I think that Pete will find a way to sort of put some escalators in there and things that he can make up to this amount so he can save face. But I don't know, maybe he doesn't care. Maybe Geno is like DK, where he's like, hey, DK didn't seem to care. I mean, he didn't even think about who was going to be the quarterback there.
Yeah. Yeah, he
so
he got what he felt like he was worth in Pittsburgh, and I guess that's good enough for him. And Geno, I don't you fully expect to hear details come out later, that whether it's a year from now or 6 months from now, like, hey, he was upset about this, or he was upset they didn't give him the contract last year, which we heard from Brady Henderson, told us about, he was a little. Gino was a little miffed about not getting extended last offseason, played this year, but did have sit out, 4 days and protest, I guess, just to make a statement. And maybe, I don't know, the fact that there was no counter offer is just weird to me. There was no dialogue. There was no, we'll get back to you, or, hey, we're thinking something in this ballpark, or, nothing other than when they did hear back, it was, we want to be traded. So in that, when you look at it that way, for those that are looking at Darnold and going, well, he's not as good as Gino. I don't know what was the recourse for the Seahawks in that situation where they were presented with a quarterback that didn't want to be here after offering him in the neighborhood of $40 to $45 million a year. So he either wanted in the 50s or, something along those lines. Did you want to pay him that much? Did you think he was worth 50 plus? And I'm just speculating, but would you have been happier with that? Because I have more security with Gino going into the season just because we know what he's going to do. We've seen it through a number of years now, whereas Darnold, we're all looking at this past year going, all right, is that the real guy? There's not as much of a resume there. Mm-hmm. But I don't know what they were expected to do at that particular moment. I don't think they anticipated he was going to say, trade me. I don't know that they were ready for that kind of a situation on the heels of a contract offer.
Yeah, John told us he was surprised.
Yeah, and so knowing, all right, now you have to make a move. Who was the better option of the quarterbacks available out there? To me, they got the guy that had the most promise that was legitimately available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's not like you had to trade away a whole bunch of stuff for or anything like that. So, I think we talked about this at the Open. Going back to at this point, because I still think Gino's a very good quarterback. Just me being curious about his contract, and I really think it's going to be a lot less than he could have gotten with a renegotiation here. But that's just my thought. And again, maybe he was like DK, where he was just done. I'm done with this here.
Yeah, maybe he didn't love the coaching staff. It could be. That's the problem. We're left to speculate on why would it be handled in the way. If they couldn't come to terms, that's one thing. If they were just, hey man, we've been going back and forth and we just can't bridge this gap. All right, that's one thing. But when you get what feels like a really fair offer, he didn't see it that way. Wouldn't you at least say, hey, no, you guys are way off. We're thinking something more like this.
Right.
At least that.
Yeah, but it just clearly, it's like I went through this earlier that, that's how it was with me with the Broncos. I was just done with them. I didn't want to be there. I thought I was going to get a job somewhere else, and I didn't. But, I didn't like the way things were going there. And that's kind of what Gino, I think, is saying about Mike McDonald. And
what if they had offered you a raise, though?
Who?
The Broncos.
Oh,
a substantial raise.
Yeah. Well, sure. Yeah, I would have stayed.
That would have changed the feeling of being done, right?
No question. Well, my problem was that I was taking a huge pay cut.
Right. So I'm just saying, they present you with an offer. You felt like, I'm done here.
Yeah.
And then maybe they surprise you with an offer that's more than what you were making.
Right.
But your feelings changed, whereas Gino, by all accounts, offered more than he was making for a couple years, and that had no impact.
Yeah. That would have been a huge emotional swing for Mike Shanahan, because he would have gone from, I'm cutting your salary by 75% is basically what it was. And then, he gave me incentives to earn it back, so I could earn back like half of it, which I did. But still, that was a 50% pay cut. So, I went from that to them like doubling the amount. I'd be like, wow, what happened? Did you get a lobotomy?
Did you finally pay attention to me on the field?
No, but that to me is, but again, getting back to what we were talking about as far as our grades, I gave them a C+ just because I thought, okay, last year at this time, if you would have said, hey, you're going to get Darnold and you're going to have Cooper Kupp and you're going to have MVS and, we've got right now a proven Gino here, DK, Tyler, I think that you would have thought, well, that was a better deal.
Yeah.
But you can't really help that, and I'm really excited about it, especially considering the amount of money and these cap hits that you're taking, especially from your quarterback. this is going to be around 5 or 6% of the cap as far as the hit that's going to be for Darnold. I mean, there are teams where the quarterbacks are 25 to 30%.
Yeah, and Lefko brings up an interesting point here, and just talking about the 22 draft class. Devin Witherspoon is not going to be cheap. He keeps playing the way that he's playing. You definitely want to extend that guy. He was a top 5 pick, and he's living up to that draft spot. That's not going to be a cheap contract. So I'm wondering, and that'd be a good question when we speak with John next week, just to ask how far in advance are you sort of planning, right? When you're looking at these numbers and we got to create cap space and we can't have next year's cap hits be too big because we've got to deal with these guys. We got these contracts coming up. I'm wondering, I got to believe they're obviously anticipating that and ballparking, all right, we're going to need X amount of cap space in order to lock this guy up and that guy up, and they have an idea, working, some sort of loose working plan going into that, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, absolutely, especially a guy like that. And then also, you've got JSN as well. So that's in that next year. We'll see what happens with Charbonnet, Derek Hall. How about this, Bob? What if they're like, oh, we got to extend Anthony Bradford? We're going to do it. We're going to do it early so we don't have to pay too much on the open market.
You know what? I would almost love that, because that would tell me he came in this season and just crushed.
That's exactly right.
Right? Wouldn't that be great if they're like, we got to lock this guy up. We just saw what a game wrecker he was. I mean, look at him. So, yeah, that would.
Or Olu.
I would love for love for all of those guys to be in that position to go, whoa, how do we keep this guy?
Yeah.
What do we got? What kind of sorcery do we have to work with the salary cap to keep these guys in house?
Yeah. Either of those two offensive linemen from that draft, that would be pretty awesome.
Bradford is he's such a tease in terms of what he can be, and we've seen it in moments, in flashes. He's got the build, he's got the power of the guy you look at and go, oh, you'd kill to have a guy like that. But he's got to see it, right? Don't his coaches sit him down and go, Anthony, what are you doing here? What happened on this play? Look what you did here, how you just wrecked this guy, you pancaked this guy, and then this next play, it looks like you're not even really paying attention. Like, he's got to be aware of it, and he's got to know, hey, I'm coming up on a potential contract extension. I'm playing for my next deal here. I mean, I'm just baffled how that wouldn't resonate.
Yeah, maybe it's just not in his DNA. It's not in his personality. I mean, because I think for me, everything that I had, my deficiencies were like talent. I mean,
you had enough talent to get into the highest level there is, Dave.
Yeah,
so.
But I mean, like, I wasn't Junior Seau. I mean, he could run around blocks. I was talking about running underneath blocks. I mean, he could make tackles doing that. I mean, he was ridiculous.
Pretty high standard.
But if somebody would have said, hey, do this, do that, this is how you're going to make money, which I pretty much did. Hustle on every play, like those kinds, finish every single play. I feel like it would have got through to me if I wasn't doing that kind of thing. So, but yeah, there are all kinds. There's lots of instances in the NFL where there are guys that just what's going on upstairs just does not allow them to play. Whatever kind of juice that our guy Devin Witherspoon has. If you could bottle that and sell it to guys like Anthony Bradford, I mean, yeah, it would be amazing. And I'm not saying Anthony isn't smart enough. I just think it's a total awareness thing. I think it's just that he forgets, like, he's concentrating on other things. And if he would just concentrate on going as hard as you possibly can from snap to whistle, or snap to the echo of the whistle, as they say, then you could make a lot of money. And, I think maybe that's something that he'll start to realize here in his third year coming up.
Yeah, don't you just kind of want to sit him down and go, look, man, you're going to be done in your 30s.
Yeah.
Your career will be over in your 30s, more than likely. That's the reality of the situation. You got a lot of life left in front of you, and it's going to take a lot of money to live the life you're living now. If you want to extend that out well beyond your playing career, really, what are you qualified to do beyond football? Are you going to be a broadcaster? Are you going to be a coach? Are you going to be, what are you going to do? I mean, this is where you capitalize, man. And by the time you're 35, 36, 37, maybe somebody's going to be looking at you going, he's too old.
Maybe we should do a scared straight thing, Bob, where we bring him in here and show him our checks.
This is what you've got to look forward to. Does this look fun? Do you think you can concentrate now?
sitting in this stinky room with this fat guy over here. Won't stop talking about his glory days playing football. Is that what you want?
Yeah, seriously, man. It's a great idea. Let's run a Scared Straight program. We'll put our pay stubs up here. You could talk about the jobs you've had to do past the NFL, how you were just trying to hang on to the career at the end. It's just, I don't know. I mean, you brought up that they get paid at a different level these days. So a lot of these guys, yeah, maybe they're going to be fine. You know, financially.
They've got money from college.
Yeah, especially these days. But, you know, I don't know. It's just some of these guys like Bradford, I think, is a great example where you just want to shake them and go, dude, do you understand what's at stake here? Do you understand there's a pot of gold sitting in front of you, and all you have to do is do what you did on that play. Just do that repeatedly. That's it. You've already done it. You've shown you can do it. You've got all the physical capabilities. Why wouldn't you?
What's the Chris Farley character, the van down by the river?
Oh, Matt Foley.
Matt Foley, that's right.
Yeah.
We need a Matt Foley in here, man.
Just scare him straight.
You know who can do that really well? John Schneider.
Yeah?
Yeah, he can do the Matt Foley imitation there.
Maybe you should get in there with him and do it. I love the idea of scaring him with our pay stubs. Does this seem fun to you? Huh?
Look at it. Remember Kramer? Look at it.
Yeah, hold it up in front of his face. Don't look away. This is your future right here. A couple other things happening around the NFL. We were talking about this during the break a little bit. Russell Wilson signed a one-year deal with the Giants, worth up to $21 million, $10.5 million guaranteed. Now, Jameis signed a 2-year deal worth a total of $8 million. So based on what Russell's being paid, it seems like the anticipation is he's going to be the starter. And if you go on his comments, that's exactly what he expects. I was reading that article during the break where he basically said, yeah, I expect to be the starter, and they need somebody to, you know, kind of come in here and lead. Yeah, I'll give you his exact words rather than paraphrase. Yeah, I expect to be the starter and come in here and be ready to rock and roll every day. I think this team's really looking for somebody to lead them in every way.
I liked it better when you were paraphrasing.
You like that?
Come in here and rock and roll every day.
We are going to rock. We're going to roll. This thing is going to be off the hook, as you like to say. Yeah, he's and I would guess in a room with Jameis Winston and Tommy DeVito, he should be the odds-on favorite to start.
I would think so, but yeah, that's a weird room, man. What's going to come out of there? I don't know what kind of maybe it turns out Jameis Winston's a really great teammate. When he was on the Hard Knocks episode that we saw, I couldn't help but like him. You know, he was kind of funny, but he's done some real jackass things.
When he was, maybe he's a guy who's grown up and matured, and hopefully understood what he did in his earlier days, and he's a different guy. He's entertaining to listen to. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
He says some goofy things, but so that's going on. Russell Wilson is a New York Giant, and Stephon Diggs signs a 3-year, $69 million deal with the New England Patriots. I was a little surprised at that one because he's coming off an ACL. He's not a young guy by football standards anymore. Maybe he'll be a stud. We'll find out. But that was a little bit more than I thought he would get. Certainly,
it just seems like such a lot of money. So if my math is correct, $33 million a year for a guy that I don't know. I just think there's lots of good receivers, and I'm not saying as good as him, but like. Couldn't you get somebody that's maybe a Stephon Diggs knockoff for like $20 million less per year?
Generic brands, store brand, Stephon Diggs.
Well, and then you he's going there to New England, and I just, we'll see what happens with Drake May. I think he looked good, but that just seems like, especially coming off an ACL. That's kind of interesting though. That. This kind of always takes me back to Abraham Lucas because, I'm always like, if he had an ACL, like they're paying Stephon Diggs coming off an ACL $33 million a year.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
and he's 31.
That means that, they know they can fix it and they know that it's going to be okay. So, I mean, he's got to go through a physical, and I'm sure he's not quite to the point where he can do everything. But, that's what kind of bothers me because, with our guy Abraham Lucas, it's just this chronic thing that they don't really know about. And it's too bad it's not an ACL that they could just fix it up. And I never thought I would hear a story of a guy who tears an ACL and then he gets signed in the offseason for that ridiculous amount of money.
And again, at that age in football years, 31 for a receiver, you're looking at, all right, that you tend not to keep climbing and getting better at that point, but they've got a fair amount of confidence, obviously, with that financial commitment. Hey, don't miss all the opening day festivities, including a ceremonial first pitch from Ichiro and special platinum and gold glove presentations for Cal and Demo. Don't miss out. Grab your opening day tickets today at mariners.com. Meanwhile, we heard some important reasons why the Seahawks might not sign a free agent who they bring in for a visit. We'll get into that conversation coming up next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
When you're on the pitch clock and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcasts on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
Dan Wilson's the new skipper.
This is a window. This is a time where we can get it done, and that's the hope. That's the vision for this club.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
Holy smokes!
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Mariners.
Attention tax accountants. The following message is for you. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. But this tax season, Blue Jay has your back. Powered by generative AI, Blue Jay is the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers in seconds. Save time, maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology. Built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Save 40% by texting BLUE to 511-511. Tax accountants don't leave money on the table. Stress less and text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
On there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Baseball is back. Opening day is tomorrow. Seattle Sports will be live from Sodo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6.
And this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Lonnie. Lonnie, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
We've been with the same insurance company for over 32 years. And my husband said, come on, let's at least try it. And that was the smartest thing we ever did because we saved thousands, literally thousands a year on our insurance. They improved it. It cost me less, and it was a higher value. You know, I can't say enough good things about Scott because everything that he said he'd do, he did.
What do you tell your friends they can expect when they make the call to First Mark?
An easy, profitable, and actually pleasant call. They genuinely are trying to help you, and you can't beat that. We were silly to wait so long. A couple other friends that have called, too, they said, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
You see, Lonnie did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey, partner, what's one word that comes to mind when truck month rolls around at West Hills Autoplex?
Well, that's easy. Work, play, push, pull, haul, tow, trails, snow, Ford, Chevy, Ram, GMC, Toyota, trucks and trucks and trucks and...
Celebrate Truck Month at the West Hills Autoplex, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! Oh! Trucks and trucks and trucks.
Paid political advertisement. Did you know insurance companies don't always pay what they should when your car is totaled? Too many Washington drivers are forced to accept lowball payouts or pay out of pocket for repairs their insurance should cover. But SB 5721 can change that. This bill holds insurers accountable, ensuring they provide fair vehicle valuations and cover the full cost of repairs. It also creates a simple, fast dispute resolution process, so you don't have to fight alone. Stand up for fair coverage. Visit fairautoclaims.com to contact your lawmakers and tell them support Senate Bill 5721, sponsored by the Washington Independent Collision Repairers Association.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Dave, before we start, would you like to beg forgiveness?
Yeah. Listen, I would just like to, I hope that there's no kids listening out there. Okay, because yeah, it was not a $99 million deal that Stephon Diggs said. I said $33 million a year for 3 years. I don't know how. That was $69 million. I am sorry about that.
Sure.
It's getting late. Bob and I both woke up early this morning.
We're both playing hurt.
Yeah.
Dave's playing hurt.
So, yes, like I said, you kids out there, study your gazintas. Isn't that what Garage used to call it, the gazintas?
Gazinta. He used to say a lot.
6 gazinta 10.
Gazinta. I don't know if I heard him say that.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe that was my dad.
What's a gazinta?
Yeah. 12 gazinta 36
gazinta.
3 times. Or in my case,
I've never heard that.
33 times.
That is a classic dad joke. Gazinta.
Yeah. So yeah, that I apologize. I don't know. I was very adamant about it too. I was like, yeah, man. I mean, $33 million a year, and people are like, Dave, 3 times 33 equals 99. What are you? Yeah. So anyway, that's my
Stanford, yo.
I'll tell you what. They deserve to give me as much crap as I give them. So,
look, we all misspeak. I'm still talking about Sam Bradford. So it's, instead of Sam Darnold, it happens. We speak for 4 hours a day, 5 hours a day. We're on 2 to 7. So
I'm glad Dave's Stanford education has served him so well. Oh gosh, there's a new one. All right, 509. Go back to sleep.
There you go. They got their shots in.
All right, that's fine.
Well, we talked with John Schneider earlier. Again, in case you missed all of our programming notes out there, we talked to him a day early today because we got Mariners opening day coverage tomorrow live from the Victory Hall there, connected with the Hatback Bar and Grill. So we're down here at the VMAC today, and we talked to John, and we talked about the O-line, and look, it's not lost on him that the line is the concern for everybody, and that they are going to make some improvements to the line, whether it's through free agency, the draft, or both. He explained why we were asking him about, players that come in here and leave and sign elsewhere. Is that, I know it's individual each guy, but is it more about money? Is it about something you learn? And he talked about why they may not sign someone like Teven Jenkins, who moved on to the Browns and signed for what seemed to be fairly, I think somewhere around $3 million, something like that. But even though they brought him in for a visit, they let him leave. He goes sign somewhere else. Here's what John had to say about that.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical. It could be his personality. It could be financial. But yeah, when you're bringing people in to sit down with the coaches, with the whole staff, see how they're treating everybody and how they're going to be a fit in the building. All the people are extremely important to us in this building, that, like, our foundational people. How much do they love football? I mean, how hard, like, what kind of worker are they? And it also gives you more time to do a little bit more research, on themselves, like reaching out to the people who've coached them. What do you think of that coach? There's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Yeah. I think you can tell that part, I think, would be pretty easy, although there are guys that are coached up to say the right things and everything. But,
right.
I think as my mom used to say this all the time, that like a smile goes such a long way. And then, just treating everybody the same, no matter what they do. And those are the kinds of things you get a chance to see, especially for some of these guys that are coming in that already have a pretty good chunk of money, and they have their homes and their families and everything. It's like, how bad?
Some of them multiple cars?
Yeah, exactly. A truck and a car. So, I mean, I think I would love to be somebody who, I think I would be good at that, being able to tell what a guy's all about. But they probably get fooled every once in a while too. You don't see a guy in every situation. What if on game day we had a player, I remember that that was if you're scared, say you're scared, turn your stuff into Walt.
Right.
Walt was the equipment manager, because there was a guy who's a really good dude, and he was a hard worker and a good player and everything, but it was Monday Night Football and he just froze. He couldn't go out there. He like panicked and couldn't play. I guess he ended up putting on pads and going out and actually playing. I don't think he played very well, but yeah, there are, some things you can't really test for. So, but as far as the character goes, I like to think that I would know what guys, just based on how they answer, questions. And, I think number one would be if they go Tom Izzo and they're speaking in third person. And especially when he referred to himself in the past as a person, like
he.
Yeah. I mean,
so
yeah,
weird.
that would be probably pretty easy to pick up.
Something John mentioned a couple times in talking about guys coming in here is how they treat people in the building.
Yeah.
And he's emphasized that a few times, to the point I'm wondering, have they had guys come in here that were free agents and are like jerks to people? That would seem weird. Like you're basically looking for work. Now maybe you're in demand and you've got 10 other teams that want you, but I don't know. The way he's sort of emphasized that is, it's cool that he's got so much, at stake. Or he holds everybody in this building in such high regard that that's a big deal to him. But B, I guess I would be surprised to hear that. Yeah, this guy came in. He was just a creep to the cooks in the cafeteria, the chefs, and the receptionists. You know what I mean? It would be an odd thing for somebody who's basically auditioning for a job on some level. You're trying to present your case why you'd be great with this team.
Yeah, I think it's mainly the young guys, the rookies, because otherwise people wouldn't make it in the league for that long. But yeah, he did refer to a story, or told us a story one time about how the guy, he went up to somebody and the guy kind of blew him off. Mm-hmm. And then when it was time to start the meeting, he was the guy that was like up in front of everybody. And the guy, you could see the player shaking his head like, oh no, what did I do?
Yeah.
I didn't treat him very well.
Learned a tough lesson, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. It's interesting, this whole process that they go through, and they're bringing it. And he talked about they've got more scheduled visits with some O-linemen, and they're not going to be names that people probably know unless you're just a maniac football fan and the O-line for every team out there. You're not going to know who this random guard is, but it's kind of what we talked about that I feel like they're going to do is just, it's going to be a guy. It's not going to be the perceived superstar guard. It doesn't mean they won't come here and be good, but I just feel like they just want somebody who they feel can get in there and get the job done. Maybe they're not Pro Bowlers, certainly, but we don't have to worry about them. They understand football. They got a high football IQ, They're going to execute what they're given to execute.
Yeah. Well, and you see all these, like we were looking at last week, we were looking at some kind of a highlight film where, you could just see the guy just kicking ass. He's just really, really good, chopping arms down, reaching on blocks, doing some kind of a jump reach thing where he kind of hops around a player.
Who was that? Who were we watching?
That was the kid from Chicago.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So, you can do all of that stuff, but can you finish on every play? Are you the kind of guy that can, process plays and stuff like that? Because, I say this all the time, that a lot of these guys that are going to get cut out here are because they're going to get cut because they're just not smart enough. They're not, smart enough to know the plays.
Well, yeah, those kind of reels are so deceptive because we could put together one like that for Anthony Bradford and make him look like the greatest guard in the history of the league. You could string together, he's had 6-7 good plays like that in his career where you could go, whoa, look at what he did here. Look at what he did to that guy.
Yeah.
Look at what he did here. So those are always a little deceptive. I'm sure you could find a low light reel as opposed to a highlight reel for Teven Jenkins where you're going, ugh, what's he doing here?
Yeah, but I don't know. I like to see that he has the ability to do that. I mean, some guys can't do that. That was an amazing cut up that I was looking at that I showed you, and I was like, wow, that was really impressive. But yeah, I mean, if that's a guy that's underperforming, it's probably because he's not concentrating and he's not focused in enough. But it's good to know that they have that on the upside part of it. But yeah, that's I think the biggest problem is that guys just they're not wired the right way, and maybe they don't handle injuries well, things like that. That's what I would want to know is, this is the thing I love about Cal. He plays through pain.
Yeah.
I mean, pretty much from probably the first week on,
probably gets pain. There's pain in spring training.
Yeah, exactly. So that's another big part of it.
A reminder, tomorrow is opening day. We're going to be broadcasting live from 2 to 6 p.m. down at Victory Hall. You can come out there, enter for a chance to win a $50 gift card to Hatback Bar and Grill. Plus, there's going to be a ton of fun, ton of activities going on. So much room for activities
so many
out
activities.
there, Dave. There's going to be a visit from the Mariner Moose. DJ Kazan in the Victory Hall will be there. They're going to have food trucks. They're going to have beer, wine, cocktail stations, tailgate games, all of that happening. It's going to be a festive occasion out there. So come on out and join us tomorrow. We're at the Hatback Bar and Grill, Victory Hall. We'll be there broadcasting live from 2 to 6 p.m. prior to the home opener, the season opener for your Seattle Mariners. Meanwhile, we learned that something strange might be going on today. Well, that's awfully vague. We'll find out what that's all about. What we learned coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
There is no offensive problem in Seattle when Julio is hot. None. All of the offensive problems that the Mariners have had in the last couple of years disappear when Julio's hot.
Yeah, you can put all that pressure on Julio, and it's all about Julio. And if Julio goes, everybody else goes. But we also know every rotation that comes in says, don't let that guy get going. So we will not give him much to hit.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Homeowners, you have any idea what's happening up on your roof? I'm somebody that doesn't get up on my roof. I've never been up there and have no intention of getting up there. But I know how important it is to the home, and I know how expensive a big problem can be up there. So I had Asset Roofing come out just to do an inspection. Let me know what's going on up there. I had them come out a little over a year ago, and at that time they gave me a very detailed report with pictures showing some areas to keep an eye on, gave me a very detailed rundown of what they did. And so I had them come out and do the same exact thing, and it was the same exact result. It was top-notch service, top to bottom. The communication on the way to the appointment was great. They got there, they got up on the roof, took pictures, sent me a very detailed email, again, with pictures of some areas to keep an eye on. Here's what we did, some moss treatment. We unclogged a downspout. And more importantly, no big problems because I'm getting out in front of them before they become big problems. So if you're like me, you've got no idea what's happening on the roof, get Asset Roofing out there just to do a quick inspection. It's painless, it's easy, and more importantly, you're going to get out in front of something that could be very big and expensive down the road. And if you know what's going on up there and you know you need a repair or you need a roof replacement, Asset Roofing has been doing this for over 2 decades. They are the best in the business in an industry where contractors aren't always the most reliable, aren't great. Asset Roofing bucks the trend there. They're the best in the business. You're either hiring an asset or you're hiring a liability. Hire an asset. Head to assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Through March 31st, save double your sales tax from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Plus, enjoy easy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest, same as cash, 12-month financing. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com to save double today.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
Bonneville, Seattle, and Seattle Sports are looking for organizations that regularly distribute information about employment opportunities to job applicants or have job applicants to refer. If your organization would like to receive notifications of job vacancies, please notify Human Resources at 1820 Eastlake Avenue East, Seattle, Washington 98102, or email us at seattlealljobs@bonneville.com or call 206-726-6902. Bonneville is an equal opportunity employer.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish CyberKnife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish CyberKnife. Swedish.org/CyberKnife Prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
This is a house of learned doctors. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
So we learned something strange might be going on today. That could be a lot of things. What might that be, Lefko?
Yeah, it gets you to tune in. I mean, you don't want to spoil it for people. So
yeah,
I
decided to tune in. I was going to go home.
Since you're all over the tease here, I just said that there was a $99 million contract. Where were you on that one, numbnuts?
No, I don't listen often when you're talking. So.
Oh, wow.
I don't listen often when you're talking. You shut your mouth when I'm talking to you.
That's going to be tough to do this segment then. No, it was kind of out of character for both of you. Two things that you guys said. First, I couldn't believe this one. We learned that Bob kind of was defending Alex Bregman.
Oh, weird. Looking forward to hopefully some turmoil with the Red Sox.
I wonder what that relationship is like, because it's tough. I mean, at some point, you either have to have a fist fight or a come to Jesus. And I wonder if, because you can't, the tension is just going to build as the season goes on.
Well, he should be mad at their manager or their owner or whoever's the one making the call. It's not Bregman. It's not his fault. I feel weird sticking up for him. But, yeah.
But Bob, his face.
I get it. And if Devers punched him, I'd go, you know what? I kind of understand why he did that.
Maybe he'd like his face more after it's punched.
Yeah, I feel dirty. I'm going to have to shower when I get home. But
that'd be interesting, though, if you punched him in the face and then, he had swollen something or other, and you'd go, no, actually, I don't mind your face.
That's not so punchable.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a weird, I wouldn't, this is all, look, I wouldn't pick a fight with the guy. I wouldn't walk up and smack him in the face, especially if he had been playing for the Mariners. I would have had to tell him I said those things, but.
You think you would have?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, at some point, go, hey, man, I used to rip on you on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd have to. You can't have credibility and be like, hey, buddy, I've always been such a big fan. Glad you're here.
How about just stay away from him? That's what I would choose.
Well, maybe he's a creep. Maybe he wouldn't want to come on. He's not friendly. He's a jerk to people. Who knows? But if we're being honest, that's not his problem out there. He was brought in. They signed him. They're the ones that make a determination as to where he's going to play. So, Devers, who was adamant. I really kind of excited to see how this one works out.
Yeah.
What else did we learn?
So I couldn't believe that one. I also was very surprised. We both were stunned back here that Dave, we learned, can actually compliment the texters.
We got some pretty funny texters here.
I haven't even opened them yet. Go for it. What do we got?
Well, the 253 says, I love that they fixed the offensive line. Okay, we get your sarcasm there. This was, I think, because of something that Paul Moyer had said earlier, so somehow it got put on me. It's Joe in Bellevue. He says, Dave would like to wait until after the season to answer the question.
He does his best work after the season. His accuracy goes way up. It's really weird.
And last one, 509, breaking news. The New York Giants have just been eliminated from the playoffs. So a little shot at Russ there.
Oh, come on now.
Yeah, the Moyer thing was during the NFL playoffs. We were filling out our brackets, and he's like, "Well, I want to wait to fill this out until after I see who's
the
going to be in it."
done.
I was like, I don't really get it. I mean, that's not really the point of. You didn't want to participate in the first round, maybe?
Something like that. Yeah, you wanted to talk about it after some games had already taken place. That'll definitely ensure accuracy.
I wish I could have done that with my brackets.
Yeah.
You want to talk about our brackets, Bob?
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
God.
That's so fun. Oh, he was so annoyed by it. No, I haven't filled out one. How's your bracket looking?
Hey, how's your bracket looking?
Ryan Roland Smith, ladies and gentlemen. That's who that is.
I couldn't identify, man.
It doesn't sound like him. He sounds like an American from America. What else did we learn?
Well, we learned that a few years ago, this was probably the most insulting thing you could have ever said to Dave Wyman.
I remember the first time I had to go and, get a pass to get in to watch the Seahawks practice, like they revoke your key card. You can't get in anymore. You're not part of the club. You don't.
That had to be kind of humbling.
Oh,
right?
my God. Yeah.
I'm with the Common Unwashed media here.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
No, exactly. And I remember one time when I was covering the Seahawks, when they had that bubble out there in 2004, that was in Kirkland. It was the first year I started, and it was like I started to walk across to go out there, and they're like, we need to have the media walk on the dirt around.
You said, what'd you call me?
Yeah. I wish everybody could have seen Bob's look. The look on his face. It was so perfectly timed. It really caught me. It's like, what'd you call me? Call me media?
Yeah. Those were fighting words back then.
Well, I remember Cliff Averill when he got his first media pass that was hanging around his neck. I went up to him and I was like, see? Doesn't feel good, does it?
He was wearing it with shame. He'd flip it over so you couldn't see the front of it.
He did, I think, joke around about that. But yeah. Everybody has to go through it, I guess.
Yeah, if you want to, stay connected to the game, I guess, on some level.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to try to coach, you're going to go into the media. So
no, but I would like to hear from military personnel that that's kind of what they go through, and you hear some of the things where there's some withdrawals and there's some emotional things and stuff that go on a serious note because you're just not part of the club anymore. You're not, and that's kind of how I felt about football and just having the access. I could walk into any stadium anywhere and go and play and use the facilities and all that stuff. And yeah, it was kind of shocking that way, but I understand that I just had that in the past where I brought that up, and military people have texted in and just said, yeah, that's a real thing. But you got to joke about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm just a slappy media guy.
You're one of us. Welcome, Dave. We welcome you with open arms. Did we learn anything else, Lefko?
Well, we did learn you could warn Anthony Bradford. Remember your Scare 'em Straight series.
That's right. We're gonna bust out some pay stubs. We're gonna sit him down and say, "Here's your future. Is this what you want?"
Now you think you can play really hard on every play?
That would be humbling for us if you started laughing at it, going, "You being serious? Is that per day or no?
Yeah.
No, that's 2 weeks. Sorry." That's all of it,
That's
Lefko?
it, though, yep. Mm-hmm.
All right. Coming up, the draft just under a month away. How about that? We're going to check in with Seahawks President of Football Operations, John Schneider. You're going to hear that conversation coming your way next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
Gone! Julio! Home run!
Opening day is tomorrow.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Sodo all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows, and an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv. These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control. And so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows, and an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Seattle? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Seattle for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text FLIP to 64,000. Seattle is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Seattle and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text FLIP to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text FLIP to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text FLIP to 64,000.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. The John Schneider Show on Wyman and Bob every Thursday until draft day with Seahawks President of Football Operations, John Schneider. Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
It is that time, everybody. In fact, it's a day early this week. Generally, it's Thursdays at 4 p.m. as we come to you live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with the John Schneider Show, but he's been gracious enough to join us a day early because we got Mariners opening day tomorrow and all that pomp and circumstance going on. But John Schneider is here. How are you, man?
Great. Good. How you guys doing?
Doing great.
Great time of the year, right?
Yes.
Man,
love it.
The opener, that was cool.
Are you a baseball fan?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like going to the games.
Yeah?
I don't necessarily know what's going on, but I like going to the games.
Well, you get 3 outs.
Yeah, no, but no, yeah, I love it.
Well,
and then
it's
you get the Masters coming up, draft. Love that.
Oh, the Masters. It's got to be nice, though, to go and enjoy something without having to be constantly evaluating it and going, oh, I like that.
Being stressed out, yeah. Just watch it. I mean, not that I don't get stressed out for the Mariners. I mean,
yeah,
I want them to win.
Sure.
We all get stressed out.
Play the Brewers.
Just a different kind.
Hey, by the way, Dave and I talk about this all the time, the way the NFL has made everything huge. Everything's become a big deal. I mean, the draft now travels from city to city, and you get hundreds of thousands of people that go to the stand to watch a guy go up to the podium and go, with the 14th pick, the Jags select Joe Schmagegi, and they all go, yay! That's the whole thing. I mean, but you get hundreds of thousands of people going.
Schmagegi, is he a guard?
He's good.
He's a good guard. Yeah, I heard about this guy.
Yeah, you got to keep your eye on Schmagegi.
Go get that guy.
That guy will create problems.
Yeah, no, it's crazy how it's just every year seems to get bigger and bigger. I mean, the one in Detroit, KC in Detroit, I remember seeing the numbers in the Nashville one was pretty awesome.
Do you think the Combine will be that at some point?
Well, it has gotten bigger. You know, I mean, now it's really a primetime event. You know,
they selling
the
tickets
workouts. There? I don't know how they do
Are
it.
people coming
honestly,
in and...
yeah, there's fans in the stadium. Yeah, and they're cheering. You know, I felt bad for Will Howard this year, the quarterback from Ohio State. There's a bunch of Michigan fans there. Every time he threw the ball, they were booing him. And,
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
poor guy.
Well, there's not enough pressure there, right?
He can handle that.
Yeah, he's been through it.
Yeah,
I think he's proved he's pretty calm under pressure.
That was probably good for him.
But it has gotten huge. I mean, I'm excited to see what they do in Green Bay because Green Bay doesn't have the infrastructure for it. So, you know, you got people staying in Milwaukee, Madison. I think they have like cruise lines coming in right in the on the Fox River there, which is a beautiful river.
Ah.
Yeah, you can't see your swimming suit when you go water skiing. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I see.
That's why I'm off, Dave. You know, I swam a lot in that sucker when I was.
Oh, yeah.
You think
that's why you give me crap all the time. Yeah. What's wrong with you?
I swam in that river.
Swam in the Fox River.
I haven't been the same
But yeah,
since.
it'll be exciting. So.
I'm really not sure what we're talking about right now.
The Fox River, you've walked over it. It's in Green Bay. It goes right down the middle of the city.
Sounds like it's not very clean.
You've been there. Not very clean.
I get that.
A lot of pollutants, if you will.
Yeah. By the way, somebody texted in last week after you left, and he said, hey, you know, could you guys give me a name of a good offensive lineman in the late rounds? And I said, Joe Schmagegi from High Point University. And he was like, okay, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Did you really do that?
Yeah, I don't know about any guards in the late rounds. But, yeah, I mean, we get those kinds of questions all the time. That, like, people – but do you get people who are, you know, like – hey, coming up and go, hey, how about this guy? Or I got a guy that I want to show you. I told you one time I had a buddy that won fantasy football, and he wanted a job and things like that. So, I mean, everybody's an expert. Right?
No, we took my son Jack out for he was back, you know, for spring break, and he's 21 now. So Tracy and I took him out I forget now, sometime last week. And this guy came up to me and he's like, how you doing, man? I'm like, what's that supposed to mean? Everything okay? He's like, how you doing? Wow. He's looking at me like, wow, a lot going on. I'm like, yeah, it's just normal here, getting ready for the draft. Like, you know something I don't know? And he's like, you know, got to dress that offensive line, right? And I'm like, yes, we do.
You're like, I didn't think of that.
Let me write that down.
Good call.
You feel like it's a problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, so
this is what you're missing on social media.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm fairly sure.
Hey, what phase are we in now? You've talked about the phase 1, phase 2. You talked about some of the free agents that maybe their number comes down. They're not getting what they thought they were going to get. Where are we at in that process?
Like I talked about last week, I mean, it seems like it goes faster. And so